right. I think we are live. Cut this down over here. All right, all right, all right. What is going on, YouTube family? All distinguished colleagues, constituents, traders, uh, well-to-do people, business-minded people, hungry people, humble people. Uh, Again, wherever you fit in the dynamic of growth and evolution, peace, power, and profit to you all. Happy to be in the building. Again, nothing overly special. Just wanting to come on and give my appreciation, my solidarity in essence to those who have came up in this grind. This I don't necessarily want to call it a struggle because again, it implies that you know uh, we had to give up a whole lot to get here. Mainly, what we gave up was the fear, and by doing so, we were able to walk into a industry, a craft, a new business model, however you may see it, in a way where it has benefited us greatly. And even if you haven't learned how to be consistent at getting profit, you're on your way. You're on your way. Let me repeat that. You are on your way. Hence, as you can see, my backs, my screen, right, that I have up, I'm gone, right? When I say I'm gone, I literally mean, I'm gone. I mean, we are full-fledged. We're head on into this opportunity, and there's nothing going to take us away or remove us from this opportunity, right? Once you realize that as an investor, as a trader, or as an entrepreneur, business person, whatever, understanding that your goals just become, a stair step opportunity to go higher and higher. Well, typically you don't look back. Once you have the focus, determination, and the mentality of change, nothing will deter you off that path. And so today, again, I'm humbled to celebrate reaching a small milestone. Again, nothing, again, grandiose, but to me, it means a lot because I know a lot of you guys were here, early on when I began doing this at a point where I began to, I guess, publicize it on YouTube. Beyond that, again, you guys saw my work ethic in these Discord rooms. I was constantly, not getting any sleep, up all night, posting, learning, sharing. And by doing so, I gained a lot of insight, not only about the markets, but just pretty much understanding how important a community is, right? We call it the communiversity, right? Having peers around you, people around you who share the same goals as you, who share the same, mentality as you, the same work ethic as you, right? Those are the kind of things that catapult people's careers, in leaps and bounds, right? As opposed to doing it the old traditional way, right? The conservative way, so to speak, right? So taking a chance on yourself is the greatest thing you ever done. And by doing so, you will be rewarded. Again, it may not seem to materialize for you now, but I guarantee if you stick with it, you stick with your goals, you stick with the blueprint, understanding the basics of what it takes to be successful at this, then you will too reach your goals. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, we have the illustrious Ilba Monica Lamb in the house. Go subscribe to her YouTube channel right now. Don't hesitate. Don't think twice. Go get that woman's knowledge. A treasure trove of it. We have the family Maniac 60621 in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you, family. Happy to have you here. Over Sunline in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you. Happy to have you in the building. We have the family LB in the house. Thank you for coming through, family. Peace, power, and profit to you. We have Over Brandon in the house. Thank you for coming through. As always, Over showing love. We have the awesome Overseas in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you, Over. Happy to have you here. Always bigger support. Love it. We have the family G Deb in the house. Thank you for coming through. Peace, power, and profit to you. Thank you for the salutation. I'm humbled by it. Family CG3 in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you as well. Thank you for coming through. Humbled by that. Over Gordon Gecko in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you guys. The guy just took the bulls by the rein and just riding into the sunset. Happy to see his progression every single day. Loving it. We have the Eva If Miss Diva C coming through, all right. I love it, right? Got some family coming through the house now, right? My backbone, so to speak, if you want to call it that, right? All right. Thank you for coming through, showing love, being an inspiration, being supportive, being patient, understanding that this is a marathon, not a sprint. I look forward to many more years, many more subscribers, many more opportunities to share, many more opportunities to learn, right? Because that's what this is all about. It's not about being the archetype, so to speak. It's that we're all peers at this. We all come in this thing together. We all strive at this thing together. It's us against the market, not us against each other. And by doing so, we eliminate all that kind of, nonsense of thinking that, we have to compete with one another. It's an even playing field every single day. We wake up in the morning, we cut our computers on, our cell phone, laptops, and we look at charts the same way Warren Buffett and his team does, right? We see the same things that Paul Tudor Jones would, right? Or if Jesse Livermore was still alive, the same reality, right? This thing is open for anybody who has the notion of wanting to learn something, to challenge the status quo and learning how to establish and build or accrue wealth, or in that what we know as through time, right? So I love it, right? I love it. As they said back in the old days, I love it, I love it, I want more of it, right? There's nothing more awesome than being able to wake up in the morning and go and procure a bag on your time and your dime. And that's what the market affords us. So in doing so, we all know that this is a no-brainer. No matter how we try to convince ourselves that it's not, we all know that this is a no-brainer, right? The only thing that's slowing us down is what? Time and obstacles, things that we have to find a way to compartmentalize over time, put them in their proper perspective, and then strategize and go forward, right? That's all of this that separates us from, being consistent and successful at this, is learning how to compartmentalize your time, right? Your life, so to speak, and then go forward and understanding how to use this craft to your benefit, right? So again, I'm humbled by just the mere idea that, we've seen people come into this, from all walks of life, right? We've seen people, again, that, probably doubted themselves in the very beginning, right? We've seen people come into this who used to look and just waited and watched and waited and watched. And then finally, through the unseen circumstance, obviously in this case, a lot of this, people came into the fold due to the coronavirus, which is the greatest decision they ever made, right? That was the tipping point. And since then, these people have not looked back, right? And they probably will never look back, because rarely do people come into this and just give it up, right? Just to go back to just say, okay, I would trust, government. I would trust, waiting on a job. I would trust all those things over the idea of being in a position to make their own money, right? To make their own money, right? Void of discrimination, whatever. Y'all know my little rundown: sex, gender, creed, orientation, whatever, color, midget, midget, humpback, whatever, right? That stuff does not keep you from being able to be in a position to make, a way out of no way, so to speak, right? So again, I'm very, very truly humbled today. I can't say it and stress it enough. You guys know my disposition on a daily basis. I am your brother. I've always came at you guys that way for that reason, because I realize that, I believe in the power of the word Ubuntu, right? I am because we are. And I say it, with the level of respect of the ancestors and those who understand what it's like to realize the value of the village theory, right? You need other people around you to help you, especially in moments like what we're dealing with right now with the coronavirus, whatever. And so a lot of people, bills are not being able to get paid, and a lot of people are, one moment from the next, and so to speak, and they're just trying to make sense of all this and live a substantial life, right? And they got children, they got all these things surrounding them, bills and this, that, and the third, right? And so we need that kind of I would say understanding. So when we go to other people to share this opportunity with them, we come at them with humility, and we come at them with the understanding that I know exactly where you are, and where you could be if you just take the chance to, trust yourself, right? If you just take the chance to trust yourself, right? That I just posted a link to in the back chat there, guys. If you do want to come on to the panel, hang out with your brother for a little bit here, there is the link. I'm humbled by that. Again, come on, share the opportunity, share in the festivities, if you want to call it that. Again, nothing over the top. I just want to come on and show my appreciation, right? I want to come on and show my appreciation, right? And building up this channel for where it's at today. Again, I'm no one special. I'm always going to say that because I don't want to put the spotlight on me. I realize that it's about us, right? Collectively, it's about us, right? Because that's who really, substantiates your channel, right? Or your platform, so to speak. Your name may be on it, but it's the people who are a part of it that make it for what it is, right? The people who come through and share their time, to be in the mix or sharing ideas and opportunities for others to benefit from, right? So again, it's like a communiversity, so to speak, right? And so this would not be possible without you guys, right? And we know there's people out there got thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions of followers, but I'm pretty sure their road to building up that kind of base, so to speak, it came with a lot of having to stay consistent, stay solid to their message value and adjust as accordingly. All right, but for the most part, people found they found value in that personal, whatever the case, or their information. All right, so again, I just can't stress enough. Hey, what's going on, family? Max Bird, I see you in the house. Peace, power, and profit to you. Thank you for coming through, man. I'm humbled by that. But family, Jared Pollitt in the house. Thank you for coming by, family. Happy to have you here, man. Happy to see these faces, man. And I may not can see you visually, but I see you, in energy value, right, and knowledge value, right? Because we've all been at this grind, and we've all kind of been in and out of different, paths together. Discord rooms, Twitter, Stock Twits, Facebook, wherever, Instagram, where we meet or pass, each other's present. It's all within the aspect of, again, edification, right? We're sharing information, right? So, again, this would not be possible without you guys, right? It would not be possible without you guys, right? And women, right? I don't want to get caught in the habit of just calling all women guys. No, that's the right. Let me make sure I stress that, and the ladies, right? And the ladies, right? So yeah, so guys, that was my whole value for coming on. Wanting to share this. I wanted to just be, very frank about it and discreet and brief. But more so, I wanted to show my appreciation for you, right? For you all, right? Who've, again, hung out with me throughout this journey in terms of this YouTube, process of building it, and we look forward to many more, people coming on board and hanging out with us. Because that's what it is. Again, we're just trying to have a safe place in our mind where we can come and disseminate the information, right? No more, no less. That's what this is for. This is strictly about finding ways to increase our knowledge bank, right? Increase our financial prowess, so to speak, right? Again, it's about financial literacy, right? That's the archetype value, what we strive for, be it stocks, real estate, owning your own business, whatever you're doing, and finding ways to be your own, owner operator, so to speak, right? Or if you even work for somebody else, how to leverage that opportunity, right? Because that goes without saying, right? You're at a job or a scenario like that, you're there for the purpose of being able to leverage it, leverage that opportunity, right? And strive to be in a position where you either can, go up the ladder fast or start your own, right? Right. So we're endeavoring for those things. So again, kudos and power and profit to all you all in that perspective too. Hey, what's going on, Obatik? Happy to have you here, man. Thank you, man. Peace, power, and profit to you. Right. Happy to have you guys in the building, like I said. So again, if you guys do want to come on to the panel, and whatever, I know it's Sunday. Some of you guys probably relaxing with the family or just, just kicking back, getting ready for the market, maybe studying. There is there's the link there for the stream lab. You do want to come on. Again, nothing special. I don't have anything planned. But y'all know me. I go to work at the drop of a dime. So again, if you had charts, things you want to look at for our stocks, we can talk about it for a quick little second here. All right. But, that's what we do. All right. That's what we do. That's what we do, quote unquote, for a living. We discuss opportunity, right? In the form of equities, right? Whatever, right? Be it Forex, crypto, stocks, whatever, right? That's what we discuss. And so, I extend that to you guys I'm happy for that. Hey, what's going on, family? D Jackson, thank you. Hey, yeah, hey, that's important. I'm happy you brought that up. The Trading in the Zone brought me here, right? Because that's literally what we what we wake for every day, right? For those who are again in this opportunity as investors, as traders, we understand that we're trying to establish a value to be trading in a zone, a psychological zone that is like none other, right? Something that can be unbreakable, right? Something that's a proving aspect of our due diligence and discipline to get us in a position where we can make profits consistently, right? So again, it's no secret that y'all know one of my favorite authors out there is Mark Douglas. Again, it's not it's not a secret. I follow a lot of his work. I posted up again his audio book for that very reason, because I wanted people to have a place where they can come and get that knowledge at a drop of a dime. Again, despite the fact that we know how YouTube and these other platforms are when it comes to that stuff, but man, I look at it this way: we are in a race, right? Literally, right? To be in a position where we can find other ways to go around the back door of government and all the other stuff that's redlining and become, successful in our own way, right? And understanding that you have to get your mind right first before you can get your pockets right. Then it's no better opportunity than to submerge yourself in, the books, right? The audio books and all the things that it requires you to study, right? The deep study, right? That it requires for you to be successful as a trader. And so trading in the zone should definitely be a t-shirt, right? That everybody walk around with who take this opportunity serious, right? If you take it serious, then I already know the very nature of how you operate is very serious, right? It's very, on the 10 by 10 kind of reality, right? You got to be on I-10 by 10 o'clock, no minutes short or no minutes less, or before or after, so to speak, right? And so I think that's very important, right? I think that's very important, right? And so again, I love that audio book, man. And again, if you guys share it with other people, because I know if they just take the time to listen to it, again, it's long, it's 8 hours, right? But I guarantee every minute of that audiobook will keep you in suspense. It will ring bells. It will confirm all the thoughts you ever had about investing, trading, running your own business, about making good decisions in life, about any of those things. That audiobook hits all those things. As they say, it hit different when you realize what you're really dealing with, right? And I guarantee you, when you listen to that audiobook with a different mindset, it hit different every single time. The more you learn in this craft and investing in trading, that audiobook will hit you different every single time, because it is covering every point, right? So again, I implore you guys to go check out that audiobook. Matter of fact, let me get the link. I'll even post it, in the back chat for some of you guys who may not have seen it, or whatever. Because again, y'all know I got like a gazillion videos up on my page. I need to get to a point where I consolidate a lot of them, and that way you don't just have all these ones you got to cipher through to kind of get to the, some of the ones that you may have a liking. But nonetheless, that one particular video, again, it really, really, gives some good outreach information. In terms of where you at, right? In terms of where you at in life when it comes to this investing and trading, opportunity, so to speak, right? So there's the link for that, guys. If you want to check it out, please do so. And we're humble. Again, we're humbled that you're here, right? We're humbled that you're here, right? Say 29, no kids investing stimulus money. That's it, man. That's it. See, again, no matter where you are, in life, and again, just think about all the people who've made substantial gains, since getting that stimulus check, right? The people have turned that $1,200 into $12,000. True story, right? We've seen people out there, in transparent value, showing their P&L, showing their growth, and they've doubled up on their, their little stimulus check, right? Might be one of the reasons why they're afraid to give you another one so quick, right? Who knows, right? They again, the government is dependent upon you being subservient to it, right? And so they need you to always be in a hunger mode, right? Like the Hunger Games, because if that's the case, you'll kind of tame your idea from kind of going to, and kick their butts and taking them up out of there, right? From a tyranny perspective. But in the same breath, you'll kind of stay, focus on, the what ifs, right? The what ifs, the things that may come about. So if you are the type of person who says, I got this $1,200 check, I'm gonna care a little bit when it comes to my bills and stuff like that. I'm gonna play the system the same way they're trying to play me. Let me put it to work. Then you are the kind of person who value, opportunity at all costs, right? And so that's what it takes sometimes, right? You have to take a chance on yourself. You took a chance on yourself, right? Again, granted, it came in the form of quote unquote free money. Again, just a tax, a tax scenario for 2021 value, so to speak. But nonetheless, it was still, a bag that was given to be, leveraged, right? At the end of the day, right? Be it you're gonna pay your bills or put some groceries in your house or whatever you're gonna do with it. Again, those who leveraged it properly are now, having a steady stream of income coming in to a degree, and they're winning, right? They're winning right now, right? And a lot of people can't say that, with a straight face because of the fact that they under this whole pandemic, veil of despair, so to speak, right? Not knowing, or uncertainty. I will use that word, uncertainty, right? Because they don't know, Right? Here it is, literally a few months here before an election, and people still not back to work fully. Schools are not fully back open, right? The virus is still spreading, right? Job numbers are steady, up and down. They down one weekend, back up the next day. I mean, again, we just had a 1.1 to 1.2 million jobless claim that was filed again this past Friday after it somewhat ticked down. So people going right back into unemployment. I mean, couldn't make this stuff up, right? Could not make this stuff up, right? So again, we understand the dynamic here that what we're dealing with. So it's no secret, that we need to find valuable ways to, again, float our own boats, right? It's just as simple as that. We need to find other ways to float our own boats, and the market, is just one of many different entities that provide that, right? One of many entities that provide that. I mean, however you look at it, right? And so again, it's a great feeling to be able to wake up and make money or make moves on your own time, right? It's beautiful. Hey, what's going on, family? Brother Mathis, thank you, family, for coming through. Peace, power, profit to you, Oba. Hey, we got our sister in the house. Play Hard Adventures in the building. Peace, power, profit to you, Ilba. As I always say, guys, go subscribe to that sister channel. You talk about an A plus content creator, right? Who obviously in the case where she needs to be having tens of thousands of subscribers as well. Go help her get to her goal, reach her goals as well. Again, really great content creator. Again, I keep telling I can't wait to pick her brain so she can teach me how to, jazz up my little channel a little bit, because she's putting out, like syndicated quality kind of content. All right. And so I love to see people growing. I love to see people maturing in their craft, and the things that they're doing. And so, it's just inspiring, right? The same reason we're here, when you guys come hang out with your brother, or, again, we hang out with each other because that's basically what it is. That's what it's all about. We can come to a place and be comfortable, kick your feet up, you know what I'm saying? And just, share something, right? Build on something, right? That's what it's all about, right? To me, that's what it's all about, right? And so, again, I have just a very straight, narrow message. Let's get it, right? Right? Let's get it. And so hence my, a lot of my mantras, right? Power and profit, right? Can't have one without the other, right? Cannot have one without the other, right? That's just understanding your conviction lies in your ability to perform solid due diligence and discipline in most things you do in your life. The more consistent you are at that, the better things will unfold for you. Simple as that, right? Right? And no matter what your age is, it does not matter, right? It's all about your mentality, right? The mentality bring in the money. Trust me when I say that, right? Again, hence the audiobook Trading in the Zone, right? Right? When you in that zone, right? When you in that zone, that's when the P&L began to realize, right? In the green aspect of it. And so it's, again, to me, it's a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer. So again, peace, power, and profit to you all. If you do want to come on again, like I say, the back chat, the link is in the matter of fact, I'll post it again. I know, like I said, I know it's Sunday. You guys are probably Matter of fact, they started the season back as far as basketball, so I think they got some games on. Whatever the case, if you are enjoying your family or just relaxing, whatever the case, that's solid, right? So, but if you do want to come on, that's fine. And if you want to discuss a couple stocks, like I said before, don't hesitate. Drop one or two of them in there, whatever the case, that's fine as well. Talk about certain asset classes, that's fine as well. Whatever the case, right? Again, y'all know we have a big so-called breaking news event happening today. Go figure, the irony of it, right? At 6 p.m. now been pushed to 5:30, so it may just be 5:30 to get you, excited, and then they'll drop it, after, around about 6 o'clock, just to kind of get you in the seat, the driver's seat, to get you excited. All right. So real quick, I'll share this real quick. So if you guys out there who are, are what they call, data hounds like myself, who always try to stay abreast of the news when it happens, right, or when it comes available, so we can leverage it. We got news that, it kind of leaked yesterday anyway, so it wasn't like it just starting to really hit the newsreel today. But nonetheless, Trump so-called has a breakthrough coronavirus therapeutic that he's going to unveil today. Now, again, y'all know we don't do the politics thing where we want other. Again, that's personally on you and you only. But being that we are investors and traders, we have to look at all this information because it's a part of the geopolitical landscape that we have to navigate every single day because it affects markets. Let me repeat that. It affects markets. And so this is not about, it's not out of our wheelhouse, whether you're for the person or you're not for the person. To me, y'all know my opinion when it comes to politics. They're all of them charlatans. There, I said it. So that way I clear the air already. All politicians are charlatans, right? All of them, because they get in, you vote them in, and as soon as they get in, they change their whole step, right? They change their whole narrative, so to speak, right? And start acquiescing to government, pontificating and pandering and posturing around and not really doing what they need to do. So again, you're not finna get me caught up in that old idea that, well, you're one better than the other. No, I don't even play that game, right? I'm unaffiliated. I stick strictly to being able to be in a position to make my own money, so I ain't have to worry about no politician leveraging nothing over me to control my life. Simple as that. Drop, mic, roll, credit. But so with that also being said, we have to follow this stuff to make sure that our positions, right, our investments are protected, right, and everything is still, copacetic when we're trying to make sure, we're in a position again where we can still, leverage these opportunities when they, present themselves. Now, off the rip, again, we had the whole scenario about last week and this idea that, the Congress is, pretty much blew the opportunity to kind of get a stimulus package, on the table. Now they're pushing forward to try to get forward, get these little skinny bills out there to kind of get something on the table for the American people, quote unquote, right? And so now they're at the point of doing piecemeals as opposed to putting the whole plate in front of your face with everything you need, right? So they rather just give you a slice of bread, but not give you the meat, potatoes, the rice, or whatever you eat any of that, right? They're just trying to give you the bare minimum, right? And again, people are going under defaulting, I should say, every day that they sit here and play these political games, right? Stalling you out, right? This close to election, they feel like, okay, they only got a few more months. Let's push them to the brink of no return, right? And that's basically what they're doing. They're dangling carrots. So this particular news piece, right, is somewhat in retaliation because, again, the White House, the administration put out a press release, or Trump himself, I think Thursday or Friday, pretty much saying that the FDA and the CDC are somewhat in cahoots with people like Dr. Fauci and those of that scenario, Bill Gates and whomever, and trying to slow the progress of vaccines for all the different companies out there that are trying to produce the vaccine. They're trying to slow them down from producing the vaccine until after the election. Let that marinate for a moment. He think that there's a conspiracy, meaning Trump, that the FDA, the CDC, the WHO, all those people that persona is in cahoots to slow down the progress of vaccine makers until after the election, as if to hurt his opportunity to be reelected. Could not make this stuff up. Could not make this stuff up. And so in this so-called quote unquote 10 o'clock hour in his mind, in comes also all out of the blue. Again, y'all know who, us who follow the markets and follow these different companies who are producing vaccines, who are producing therapeutics, who are producing backstops as far as masks, whatever the case. We pretty much know all these companies at this point. It's not a secret, right? Especially those who are somewhat leading in those particular respective fields. So if we've been following this stuff and we've been following these different companies, what else out there that's new that we feel like we've missed, that they already have not talked about? That's the question I pose to you guys right now. What else is out there that we have not been privy to, whether you follow the markets or even don't, just by following the news at night? What else is out there new that we haven't seen already or heard? Anybody, right? Anybody. I'm gonna add you over. Sorry, I just saw you pop in. Okay, I think you're done. Over, Brandon, you there?
Yes, brother. How you doing? Hey, what's going on, man?
Congratulations
again.
Thank you, family. Thank you, man. Peace, power, property, man. Happy to have you here. Happy to have the family here. Happy to just be in this position, man. Just to continuously keep sharing, keep growing. Whatever we're doing, it's all about us. And so, man, I thank you for coming through today, man. I really do.
Oh man, no problem, no problem. I thought you'd be out by fishing by now.
Right, it's about that hour, right?
Yeah.
I might get lucky to get a chance to do something later on today, man. Just to be my own little celebratory moment.
No, but this announcement is always the play. Like, come on now. If Trump's trying to win the next election, this is the card that he's gonna pull. Oh yeah, I got a therapeutic drug that I'm about to release after the election if I win or not.
Right, and that's what a lot of people are trying to disseminate. Why now, right? Why, literally, and we're talking about the irony here, right? Again, the whole so-called, the FDA, CDC is pretty much in cahoots against him now, and these are people who that have the answer to him, that are part of his, coronavirus task force. The people who sit around here and literally brief him, almost on a daily basis, but somehow they're working behind his back to sabotage his election. Again, whether you're for Trump or you're not, again, this is not about that kind of conversation. This is strictly about, what's the importance of this in relation to our well-being. Number one, your well-being in terms of your health and your well-being in terms of you being able to put food on your table, this, that, the third, right? And because of that, the more we go through this, this inadequacy of not knowing the true nature, the true science, the true value of what we need to really be thinking about and dealing with, because a lot of this stuff you have to really do on your own. You have to be autodidact mindset, because you're getting too many conflict of interest, too many conflict and data points. You don't know who to trust. And that's sad, because you're in the so-called, quote unquote, the greatest country, right, on the planet. And you got people running around here today playing politics with your life. Couldn't make this stuff up. And I know I'm speaking to people who really understand reality and not got their heads in the clouds just because they favor a certain person from their personality. This is not about personality worship, right? Because these people don't come home with you. These people don't really pay your bills, right? These people ain't got to look your children in the face and explain to them what's going on, right? Because dad or mom can't go to work or put them in a daycare or whatever the case, or pay for this or pay for that, or they can't go to school. You have to answer to that. You have to look them in the face and tell them what's going on. So again, it's beyond the value of this so-called governance that people obviously, lay down and become sheep to, and just accept whatever people say. That's not how life works. Again, this planet is vast and it's huge. This entire planet is yours, not just this little patch of grass, and not just the fact that I'm saying it not for the reason that you just go out and do whatever. I'm saying you move according to understand that you are the own author, orchestrator of your life, not some politician, not some president, not some whatever. You are it. You are your president, right? You are what you've been looking for. So you have to move under that mindset that you are in charge of your thoughts. You don't let people dictate how you think and how you maneuver. So again, in saying all that, right? Let me get off my soapbox. And saying all that, here it is. You have, again, a market obviously that's sitting at all-time highs. The market is at all-time highs. It climbed the wall of worry into this pandemic, and you would think coming into the market, if you've been sitting in a hole, literally a foxhole,
Hey, brother Emporium, man, we lost you a little bit.
all right, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh man, I said, don't start this craziness. Can you guys hear me? Let's see here. Don't start this craziness.
I can hear you.
All right, awesome. Sorry about that, guys. Man, hey, I don't know how to call that one, but we're gonna keep rocking. Hey, what's going on, family? DJ, Peace, Power, and Property. Happy to have you in the building, man. What's going on?
Not a whole lot, man. Just enjoying looking at these charts and seeing where I could make some profits for the day.
Awesome, man. Happy to have you here, man, on the the occasion. Again, it's like this is another work day for us, especially Sundays going to the futures market. Hey, what's going on, Eva Camille? Happy to have you in the house. Happy to have the sister coming through. All the sisters, man. Peace, Power, and Profit. Thank you for coming through today. Right. Again, everybody, brother DJ as well. All you guys coming through. Again, just want to make sure I acknowledge everybody, in this moment. So again, I'm humbled by that. And for what it's worth, again, this is our celebration, right? It's our celebration. So again, I wish I can pass y'all something through the screen, whatever your favorite beverage or whatever it is, but we'll do a virtual aspect of it, right? We'll do a virtual aspect. So, but yeah, so kind of getting back to what I was saying again, this is what we're dealing with, right? This is what we're dealing with, right? This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with, a scenario where, again, people's wealth in terms of those who've already been wealthy has increased. The S&P 500 has came from, again, since the March lows. I'm always speaking about the March lows for a reason. Again, you would think that we have not, gone through, a pandemic, right? We haven't gone through, what we've gone through, right, so to speak, right? Because this seems to be illogical to what Main Street is dealing with right now. Meaning, Main Street, meaning the average everyday citizen who has no clue, or may even have a clue about the stock market, but not necessarily invested in a way where they can see it as a backstop, to their job or whatever, then this here looks like something just out of a regular year, right? It's like out of a regular year, basically what we dealt with all of 2018, what we dealt with, before that actually December crash that happened here, right? But 2019 was just like gangbusters, right? I mean, 2020, again, y'all say I'm a little notes throughout the years or whatever the case. But 2020 was just like, like, okay, yeah, so what? We had a pandemic. So what? There's record unemployment. So what? We hit a depression. So what? We in a recession. So what if we almost had -0 interest rates? So what of people dying dying behind this, this virus or whatever. Okay. So what if there's a global contraction that's going on through all the major companies or I say countries, out there right now, and people are trying to figure out how they're gonna, survive going forward. I mean, again, so what? Insert your own reality in terms of what we've been able to witness over the past 7 months, somewhere around there, right? The market has shrugged all that stuff off and said, okay, who ride with me to make some money, right? The market just pretty much looked at everybody in the face and said, okay, who want to make some money, right? And so coming from here, literally 218, whatever the case like that, right? And running all the way back up to 339.48, which is closed at, obviously, close the business at all-time highs, right? Back up here to this point right here. And again, still within trend, right? I mean, you slightly below the medium trend line on the linear regression band, but when we say we're still in trend, we're still off this bottom T line here. This basic T line here at the bottom. That's basically what the market's been riding off of. Again, couldn't make this stuff up. Go back always far as, again, April the 1st, right? When we had, again, the bottom out, Feds came in, pumped $1 trillion into the market. And one day, I'll never forget it like yesterday, they pumped $1 trillion into the market that day. I sat there and watched it with my own eyes. And that's why you got these big bullets and golfing candles right here streaking up to the upside, right? I was like, man, this has got to be something crazy, right? And ever since then, the market truly haven't looked back in a way where it was groundbreaking. You had a slight pullback here, which kind of, trapped a lot of, bearish traders who thought, okay, this is going to be a dead cat bounce. It's going to roll back over and test the load and probably break and go lower, or we're going to trend and go sideways until we get some more information about this virus. Federal Reserve said, Federal Reserve said, nope, not on my watch. Income, the printing press, like never before. They was already printing money before this. Now, mind you, they was doing the reverse repo operations, right? Going back as far as September, 2019, right? When they really announced that they was doing those repo operations. So obviously they had been probably doing some before then, but they made it publicly during that point, September 2019. Now it's just full out, oh, we finna print money like it's no tomorrow, right? Pretty much told everybody, put your seatbelts on. We finna print, and man, we finna crank these Canon printers up like never before. And we haven't looked back since. So here's where it becomes interesting. Now, when did we get our first so-called quote unquote Trump checks? Do anybody remember when they began passing out those Trump checks? Anybody? Right? Do y'all happen to know what month, somewhat time frame, did it begin passing out those Trump checks?
Was it sometime in June?
I'm saying that meaning the very first ones. Do y'all happen to remember what month that was?
I think I got mine in the end of April.
End of April, right around end of April, some time frame.
Yeah, I'm in California, so it may be different wherever you guys are.
No, again, because it's federal, so the mails, even though they mess up the mail right now, but mail's still gonna move regardless. Depends on where you are around the nation, right? So again, because it was a more of an IRS mandate value and wasn't so much state by state case, it was just strictly federal, right? So again, end of April, let's say beginning of May, and then some people got this later in June, depending where you're at. And me saying that and me making that point, if you go back and look at the markets at that point, right? So they just say, for the sake of the conversation, end of April, right? As you can see, I got some trend bands or some channel bands in this little slot right here from, April the 13th all the way to around about May 18, right? So you got roughly about near a month in that time frame, right? And some of them checks start coming out around this point right here, right? Just for the sake of the conversation, in the end of April, somewhere within this area right here, let's say, right? So again, if you just took, again, a portion of your Trump check, at that point, markets are trading at about 280 something a call, for the call buys in terms of, the S&P 500 at that point, right? 283, 285 up to like 290, right? Around the top, top of this band, the channel band. All you had to do is have the wherewithal, knowing that the Federal Reserve was going to print a lot of money and buy you a leap call buy. You could have bought the 300s, around the 280s, at the low points of 280s, and just sat on it for about a month or two. Obviously, you had the money to do it with the Trump check, but just for the sake of just understanding that regardless if you knew the market was going to make this kind of move or you didn't, the idea that you had a backstop like the Federal Reserve, who plainly came out and told everybody they have unlimited power. How does an affiliate of the government, because the Federal Reserve is an affiliate of government, it's not even part of the government, it's not constitutionally mandated or written into our policies. They are an affiliate of the government that came into our existence in 1913. So you guys who are familiar with the history of the Federal Reserve, right? Who, for some of you guys who study, monetary history, all that kind of stuff like that. Again, I'm one of those type of people, right? Nerd stats that they call it. They came into existence in 1913 as a somewhat of a stop loss or a backstop to somewhat, governance to help the government out, so to speak. But they wasn't even supposed to, last as long as they have. All right, they're supposed to come in as a contracted entity, help, with some other things that we was dealing with, and then, whatever. These people have been here ever since. Right? So ultimately, they've gained a lot of trust and power by way of the government, obviously, because it helps them to mediate some of the issues that we're dealing with from a fiscal perspective, right? A la by way or through the Treasury Department, right? So over the, let's say, past 20 plus years, every person that we've got that became a Secretary of Treasury had more of a stock market background. Couldn't make this stuff up. So there's already a conflict of interest in that point, because they're there to obviously provide value for shareholders, investors, or people of that nature. Now you think about all the people out there that have no clue about investing and trading, who pay their taxes, who work hard, who put their money in a basic savings account, maybe a money market account, getting a little interest on. They ain't getting no interest right now, though, right? On that money market account, you might throw that in the trash and get you a brokerage account. Let's get it. But just for the sake of the conversation, all the people right now who benefit from having these people who've been in on around the markets and catapult these people in the position of Secretary of Treasury, obviously now in this case, Steve Mnuchin, who worked for Goldman Sachs, right? Right? They're going to cater to who? Main Street or Wall Street? Anybody? Are they going to cater to you, the Main Street people, meaning just the average everyday people, meaning us, even though we're traders, or are they going to cater to Wall Street?
Wall Street all day.
Right? It seems to be no brainer, right? It's like, why even ask that question? Right? Obviously, you guys know it because we're investors and traders, right? Right? But when
we know it because we're here.
Right. But if you think about it, a lot of your peers have no clue. A lot of your parents have no clue. Think about that for a moment. You may be the only person in the family or within your circles who are investing in trading. So you understand the dynamics, right? You're learning. They, on the other hand, are looking at you like, man, what's this all about, this trading stuff? Right? Are you profitable? I mean, how long you been doing it? Is it a scam? Are you gambling? All right, y'all heard it all. Y'all know we get it all the time. People looking at you like, man, what's going on? Right? But they don't understand that this is process, right? This is marathon value, not sprint. So we are seeing all this historical data, right? Coming back, or coming into the market. Let's say if you just even look at it from a place, all right, let's go to a monthly chart, right? You couldn't even put this stuff on the thing here. If you just go back and look at the market, right? Well, especially let's say since the S&P came into inception, right? We use this as a case study. This is 1994, S&P, 1993, excuse me, right? February of 1993, January around that time frame when the S&P 500 or the Spider Index came into fruition, right? As a SIBO ticket. Y'all know about the Chicago Board of Option Exchange, the CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, all that stuff, right? When they make this a full-fledged tradable ticket, right? And you look at this from this inception aspect when it was around about 40 some odd dollars for a share of this ETF. Now, fast forward to 2020, right? So how many years is that, right? All right, from a math folk out there, how many years is that? So from 1993 to 2020, we're talking about, how many years?
27.
About 27 years, right? Simple math, right? Some of you guys might be 27 years old or younger. I don't know how old y'all are, but this thing probably, came around right when you was being born or after you was being born or before you was being born. And if you think about it from a place of understanding, again, how money works over time and the value of appreciation, when it's driven by so-called quote-unquote economic growth and things of that nature, well, the ultimate thesis of market value is that everything over time obviously rebalances itself and particularly trends higher, right? If it's a solid entity, a solid company, solid, value orientated instrument, it's going to trend higher over time, right? Again, the whole Warren Buffett thesis, right? That's why he's able to sit still and wait 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, right? Because he understood the power of what? Number one, compounding interest when you keep applying to your position, but also the aspect that it's going to mature and growth in that company in terms of revolving investors coming in and out, going to catapult that stock what? Higher, 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 and higher. So in 1993, again, if you just threw $44 and bought one, obviously today, 27 years later, again, you'll be up, roughly near what, 290 some odd dollars, right, in profit, just for one ticket of that back then. Me saying all that, right, going, taking y'all all around the world to get to this point, is that the way that, we just witnessed them, again, pulling off this heist, so to speak, the greatest heist ever, right, of taxpayers' dollars to fund the stock market, right, during a pandemic, was nothing short of again, insert your own adjective. I don't want to draw the conclusion why I put my thoughts into yours, but draw your own, conclusion why they did that and not necessarily did what they needed to do to obviously backstop the American mainstream people, right? So in saying that too, they have strategic people in place to make sure they protect the wealthy. Now, here's where it becomes interesting to me and you. Would it not be in our best interest to follow the money in these moments? Anybody?
Especially in this moment.
How does it benefit us to be a contrarian to this opportunity? Meaning to be in markets and learning how to capitalize on these moments and leverage them. What do we gain by saying, I don't want to do that. I'm going to just sit and wait on the government. I'm just going to wait on the check. I'm going to wait on my job to come back. Or I'm going to go fill out me another application and, and keep submitting my resume, go down to the unemployment office after that, and that's all I'm going to do. How does it benefit you to sit around and wait on that? So when you think about it, ultimately, again, whether you equity assets, forex market, crypto, options, binary, whatever your instrument that you're trading in or investing in, you see the power in this by understanding the greed of those who are always trying to keep a lot of people from being able to be in power. Again, in the hands of a select few, as they like to say, so to speak. In comes this scenario with this whole, again, coronavirus, vaccine, backstop, whatever. Now, again, if we're already sitting at all-time highs and we climb the wall of worry during the vaccine, the building of the vaccine, so to speak, let me ask y'all a very pointed question. What do y'all think is going to happen when we actually get one? Anybody? Do we trend higher? Do we go more the same sideways, or do we fall back?
Moonshot from here.
So you think it's a moonshot, right? So you say if we get the vaccine when it comes out and becomes public, we moonshot, right? What do you say, Ober Brandon?
Pretty much the same. It's going to go straight up.
Ober Brandon, can you hear me? Oh, I think
yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. What?
No, yeah, pretty much a moonshot. What DJ said is going to go straight up.
So you think it's going to go up? All right. So anybody in the back chat, what do you guys think in the back chat? Do y'all think, once we get an actual vaccine, is the market going to run higher, trend the same, sideways somewhat, and up, to the right, or are we going to pull back? All right, so Eva Camille says we're going to go lower. All right. Anybody else? All right. And I'm just curious for a reason, because again, this is us think tanking, right? This is our litmus test understanding of how we see, markets in essence. Where if you think about it, right? You said you think it's higher, right? So you say I think he's gonna go higher, right? The reason why I asked that because we understand what buy the rumor, sell the news, right? So you guys don't think that if we get the actual news that we got a vaccine, that it's going to be a sell the news event after, making all-time highs during the pandemic?
I can see it, but I mean, I don't expect the American economy just to hit the tank. There may be some short-term profit taking, but on a long-term scale, like you say, like another 27 years from now, we'll still be trending higher if this doesn't all fall apart.
Right. I'm saying short-term. Let me clarify. On a short-term basis, right? The same way sometimes, we get an FDA news data point coming out about a stock. We're going to release this news on this date, right? So up until that time frame, what happens to those stocks? People start buying up until the news event. Soon the news event drop. In most cases, what happens? Most of these assets, they pull back, right? Sell the news event, right? We made the money into the news. Let's sell it now. Do y'all think the S&P 500 going to be any different?
No.
It's something to think about. And I'm only saying that because we've came so far so fast. Every fundamental or technical level metric quant out there knows that we're overbought at all aspects. It's not a secret, right? Again, we don't have to pontificate that. Again, look at the RSI, right? Not that you have to follow it, but just look at it. It's been overbought literally since, the 5th of August, right? And this is on a daily time frame. And I'm pretty sure if I do different time frames, they'll look a little uglier probably, right? It's been overbought going on now nearly roughly about 20 days. Couldn't make this stuff up. Coming off the lows again, 218 to where we're at now. And again, with record unemployment, right? Record economic catastrophe globally. I mean, you name it. But again, everybody rushed into the USD dollar, obviously, even at the detriment of their own economies, their own stock exchanges, Asia, Europe, whatever, right? Africa, wherever. And here it is, it's a crowded trade. It's a crowded environment in U.S. markets. Right. So, and me saying all this, we still have room for opportunity and growth leading into this, and you got election coming up, right? So I like to throw my little curveballs out there, but ultimately this event, right, that Trump is being able to, that he's going to obviously, drop this evening here at 6 p.m. again, or 5:30, right? Depends on the time. What do you guys think this is going to do for the market? Right? Especially after how we closed Friday. I mean, is it more of the same, right? Pump, 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 right? Or is it more, there's other things out there weighing on the market that may make this a nothing burger? Or will it cause the market to pull back? Right. And so, however you're trading the market, because again, if you're scalping, if you're long-term holder, then you do like everybody. You principal invest in, your dollar cost average, you do what you got to do. Right. Sister Play out, you said think you're going to go higher. Right. COVID stock, Jared Play says COVID stock, you think it's going to go lower. right? It will drop significantly around election time, right? So Brother Massey got, things going to go lower, right? I think you get a good pullback after the splits, right? And again, I'm heading there too. That's why I brought that up over Jerry Pollitt. You already like mine, right? That's where I'm headed, right? That's exactly where I'm headed, right? Why we got this little time while I'm on. So this is somewhat indicative of trying to keep, again, the market participators, somewhat comfortable and well off and don't upset them. Right? What would it do to, what would it be like if the administration upset Apple right now? Tim Cook and Apple. Right? Again, because y'all remember they were supposed to be, pretty much shadow banned and in trouble too for dealing with China and all the other little stuff, by the Trump administration. And Apple shrugged it off because Trump backed off because they realized that Apple was a big, major component of the tech stocks that were keeping the markets pumped up as a crowded trade. Everybody ran to it as a defensive trade. The same way they end up doing with Facebook, right? Netflix, Amazon, Google, right? The FANG stock, so to speak. And you can add in the M at this point because Microsoft definitely helped aided it too, right? And here it is now that we've taken a stock like Apple and it's sitting up here literally at $500 a share, coming from $211. It picked up roughly near $300 a share in less than about 5 or 6 months. Couldn't make this stuff up. Now, what has Apple done on a manufacturing level to change their business model since then? Go, anybody. Is there a new iPhone out? Is there new? What do Apple have? Where's the organic growth in the last 5 or 6 months? Anybody want to tackle that? Right? So they're being rewarded just because of who they are, more so than what they have done. So they're being backstopped by who? Government. Because it's helping. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. We keep you, from out of the limelight. We won't mess with you about Huawei. The whole issue with that. We know you got your biggest manufacturing plants are in China, Foxconn. That's the biggest producer of Apple phones and their products, which is basically in the city of Wuhan. Couldn't make this stuff up. The same city that so-called where the virus broke out from, that factory of Apple that makes the majority of their products and stuff is sitting in that province. Couldn't make this stuff up. So obviously when it hit in that area and they shut down the area, obviously Foxconn was hurt bad. Apple suffered from it from a little bit, but guess what? The government came right in behind them and backstopped Apple, as if that factory didn't even shut down. Right. So I guess if I bring this to a head, right, it's it's the protection thesis, right? Right. It's the get along game thesis, so to speak. They're going to protect one another. It suits their interests, values. Quote unquote, they want to use the national security aspect of it or whatever. They're going to protect each other. So if they have that kind of level of intent and energy behind, number one, keeping the markets inflated, number two, and protecting certain companies over others, and this whole so-called brain companies back, jobs back to America, whatever the case, wouldn't it be in your best interest also to ride that wave too? Wouldn't it be in your best interest to see this at the same, in the same light that they're doing? Right? Again, corporate greed is real, right? Corporate greed is real. Right? Corporate greed is real. So, this is our balance. This is our moment, so to speak. Where again, you had people who started out here with a little $1,200 stimulus check, and now that stimulus check worth, 5 digits. Some people 6 digits. 1,200 turned into 5 digits. Right? And so, as they say, don't fight the Fed. Again, you could be smart too, right? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. But the trend is your friend. And greed has no boundaries. I mean, Apple been overbought like since forever, since the pandemic. Couldn't make this stuff up. Overbought, right? Overbought. I mean, just hovering at overbought almost for almost for an entire month, almost even in that point. Same way here, from July 30th to August 21st, an entire month of being overbought. I'm talking about up here even as high as 88, 81, 80, somewhere around there on the RSI. And it's still, it just broke out literally of the linear regression band this past day or Thursday into Friday. So it's way outside of the so-called trend band in nosebleed section, way up here, in them high seats at the basketball games. Some of you guys be going, sit way up there, right? It's way up there going into the split. So that brings for that conversation, the Apple split and the Tesla split. Now, of course, they say there's no material impact or gain from them being able to do the split at this point. Well, I beg to differ. There are some small gains that the company will get from doing a forward split at this point in a low interest rate environment where that helps them be able to borrow more money if they need to or get better leverage because at a cheaper price, taxation aspects of their business model is not overly, extended, especially if it has to do anything with the shares, right? So again, them doing a 5-to-1 split, let's say if it settles at $500 a share, well, how much would Apple be worth after they do the split? $100, right? So right back, again, last time Apple been at $100, I mean, man, let's go back in the hot tub time machine here, right? You're talking way back, 2016. 2016 was the last time Apple saw $100 a share. And ever since then, look at that growth, right? And that's what them charging a lot of money for the iPhone and all that stuff like that. And so Apple, in this moment, understand that they kind of somewhat reached somewhat of a zenith in the momentarily aspect where they haven't really innovated nothing groundbreaking, right? They're trying to build on their service industry. I mean, them AirPods only was a hype for so long, right? What else do they really have? Don't think they're waiting on at this point to keep, I guess, a little revolving door of opportunities, this 5G rollout of this next iPhone that's been pushed back, obviously. So right now, it's actually in their best interest to lower the price because at the end of the day, they can't really justify this valuation. They can't. I don't care how much you cheerlead for Apple. Fundamentally, it's not justified because they have no organic growth. They just buying back shares. Like that's how you beat EPS. You buy back shares. It goes towards your earning per share count. But they have no true innovation. So again, this is America saying we're going to protect our own. That's the only point I'm trying to make here. We're going to protect our own. American company, again, screw the China virus or the Wuhan virus or the China Wu virus, whatever Trump want to call it, right? So you have to be the type of person to realize that you don't have to try to trade against this or bet against it. When it's, when they're greedy and they're hungry, ride the wave, ride that wave right along with them. Ride that wave right along with them. Now, y'all know as well as I know, it's definitely going to break 500 going into the split deadline. Tesla had its deadline Friday. Hence, that's why I got over up near $2,100 a share, right? Or over 2,000 and change, so to speak, right? So now it still has a little bit more time to run, and we'll get to Tesla in a minute here. But Apple definitely, they're going to try to push this thing at least, again, if you think about it, let's say the 31st, roughly here, right? So hypothetically, Apple could be sitting at least anywhere between 525 and potentially 550 going into this split deadline. Let that between 525 and 550 could easily be, the price of Apple going into the split, if not higher. Again, we just doing a conservative estimate, just based upon the linear regression band here, the trend line aspect of where it's at. Again, it's obviously breaking out higher here. Again, you got news like, again, what we just saw with Trump, more fuel to the fire, to the rocket, so to speak. Right, this whole mooning effect where the market could do no wrong, where it's producing a lot of complacent traders, right? And everybody just think, oh, stunks only go up, right? Stunks only go up, right? Get you some stunks, right? But, again, you have to follow where the money's at, but you also have to be understanding that this is all a bubble, right? It's all a bubble. So don't get too comfortable and too complacent. Trade what you're getting and be the first one to have your hand on the trigger. Don't fall asleep at this wheel just because it seems to getting this good. That's when you need to pay attention to it even more. When others are greedy, that's when you should be most fearful. When others are fearful, that's when you can become a little greedy and start bottom fishing. The market, again, all-time high. It's at all-time greed levels. People feel like the market doing wrong. Don't get caught slipping. All right. So, again, I just want to be able to put that in the air, right, so we don't get too complacent. Again, not that we do that over here, but I'm always going to be, responsible and being able to outline that, because most people going to tell you what, oh, that's a buy. This stock, oh, it's a buy. Or this stock, oh, it's a buy. Right? And then when it don't pan out that way, materialize that way, or, some of them don't perform, well, see, it's this and that. No, I look at every stock out there. Because y'all know how I am. I look at everything at the pump and dump. Everything. Apple's a pump and dump. Tesla's a pump and dump. Amazon's a pump and dump. Google, a pump and dump. Insert your favorite stock, it's a pump and dump. Right? They're there to benefit, meaning the company of that of the shareholder. Kodak company, right? Again, a raggedy Kodak, right? I'm not even going there on Kodak. Oh, man, I've been cleaning up on that little stock, though. I've been cleaning up on Kodak, right? But right, and shorting it, obviously, in that case. But, I mean, they're all pumping us, right? They're all self-interest, motivated by, board of directors and greed that they can, obviously obtain from, from a rich and giving environment that, in terms, especially having the Fed backstop these companies too, so that everybody just riding that gravy train, right? With biscuit with biscuit wheels through Gravy Valley. And so it's not far-fetched to tell yourself going into Monday, if this news pumps this evening with the coronavirus news that Trump's going to drop, because obviously he's doing that for what? Political clout, right? He's doing that for attention, to keep the markets from wanting to unravel with all the other unrest that's seem to be constantly happening in or around his his presidency value, right? This postmaster general issue, that becoming a mess. And then Senate obviously now challenging the president. They firing back at him because they voted to have a $25 billion increase for postal spending to help with the elections, right? To keep it from being, an issue. Yet still that it passed the House, but it still has to go through the Senate. Do y'all think the Senate gonna pass that bill before the election? Or will they be forced to because of the fact that Trump pulled that coup and put out those executive orders ahead of the negotiations that they were doing to try to hurt the Democrats and make sure the Democrats don't turn around and try to sue him on that, which will show that they being unpatriotic. What's y'all thought on that? What's your thought over Brandon or over DJ or brother DJ?
I don't think they're going to pass it. I don't think they're going to pass it.
You think the Senate going to sit on it?
Yeah, they're going to sit on it. And just stall Trump out.
Right? Because keep in mind, if they do this whole mail-in ballot thing, right, if that becomes the the business of the day, right? Then, again, how does that hurt, people who don't want to stand in those long lines dealing with this virus to vote when they can easily put their little mail-in ballot and send it in, right? So the postmaster taking away sorter machines, the postmaster taking away the little blue boxes in and around your neighborhoods, right? As another way of somewhat, quote unquote, voter suppression. All of a sudden, they're removing these instruments that's been in operations, pre-COVID, right? And they had money on books, so it ain't like they just really starving. This is just a more, again, a strategic move to do that. And it benefits Trump, obviously, if the Postmaster General was able to carry through what he was trying to do. But obviously, the Senate stopped him from doing that, right? And they put his behind on the hot seat this past Friday, and they was grilling him too. But again, that guy being there, do you think he really care? He don't care. He a made man. He's worth $1 billion. The Postmaster General is a billionaire. Let that marinate. He was appointed to that position for a reason. And why is that? Because he's a big Trump supporter. Right? This is leveraging Trump. Again, say what you want to say about him, but he's strategic in his, in his trifling ways. He's appointing people in the right places to benefit him when it matters most, if he ever have to use them or leverage them. These Supreme Court justices, these federal, judges here and there, right? The Postmaster General, a billionaire? Really? What interest does he have with people mail and he a billionaire? Seriously. Before he got that position, obviously, he was living a good life. Come on. Seriously. Betsy DeVos, right? Secretary of Education. Another rich joke. She was rich before she even got that position. She don't even have a background in education. Not at that level. How did she become the Secretary of Education? Go. Couldn't make this stuff up. I mean, we go on and on. Ben Carson, a neurosurgeon. Ben Carson, one of the most brightest minds when it comes to, the hospice field in terms of, operation, all this stuff like that. How did he become the Secretary of the Housing Division? A neurosurgeon over housing? Okay. I mean, we go on and on and on. I'm saying all that to say this again, not to rile up anybody feathers who are Trump supporter. I'm saying all that to say, strategically, these moves have been made to obviously backstop and benefit the administration. And if you was able to benefit from it as a citizen at any point, then kudos to you. But for the main aspect of dealing with what we're dealing right now under the pandemic and the coronavirus, and seeing that the American populace is backpedaling hard because they feel like, okay, well, this is when government is supposed to kind of really step in. Well, I don't know. Do y'all see that they've been doing, fulfilling any mandates to really help the American people?
Zilch.
All right. Or are they protecting their who? They rich buddies. Again, the Postmaster General, right? These donors, these mega donors of the Trump administration. Again, Israel still getting was it $30 billion a year from the American taxpayers? It's somewhere around there. I think it's like $30 billion every year. Israel get $30 billion from taxpayers' money. Just because they so-called, quote unquote, a strategic interest in the Middle East. For America to spy on the Middle East. So your money is going to protect Israel. Not that they really need it, because they got one of the strongest militaries in that area, right? to prop them up and benefit them. And they did the so-called joint peace agreement recently. Again, I'm not going to get all deep into that. Whatever. Again, y'all know these little nerd moments. This is what I do all the time, study this stuff. But nonetheless, getting back to the markets, this is why you got stocks like Apple sitting way up here, right? This is why you got stocks like Tesla sitting way up here. Tesla, a company who barely became profitable a year ago. And they've been in business since way back here and they just start turning a profit literally last year. Couldn't make this stuff up. And because of that, Wall Street says, oh, let's reward them handsomely. Let's send the stock from $250 up to $2,100 a share. As if Tesla has invented a cure for cancer or for the coronavirus. They still producing no more than maybe what? Not even, man, barely 1 million cars a year in production? A year. Ford does 1 million cars in a quarter, if not more. Obviously, not more. They do that in a quarter. Tesla only gets to produce 1 million in 1 year, and they barely profitable. And the stock market says, oh, but they're a disruptor. Now, I'm in Tesla. Disclaimer, I got shares in Tesla. I'm a long-term investor, right? I day trade the trash out of it too, but I'm a long-term investor, right? My average right now, just for transparency, my average in Tesla around $856 a share, and I've been adding to it. I was adding around the 280s, and I'll add heavy around 370, 350 down that area. And that for a good little period, my average around about 356. And then, obviously all this stuff here started happening. this gapping up and all this craziness right here, 700, 800. I said, I'm going to add a little bit to it. So I add to it. So now my average is now like 856, somewhere around there in Tesla, a share. So obviously well then doubled, right? Especially over the time when I really started. So, quadrupled, so to speak. Yeah, even that much. But nonetheless, again, them going into the split, right? Same scenario. So Tesla's doing a what, 5-1 as well? So what do y'all think Tesla's going to settle before they actually do the split? I'm curious to know y'all, get you guys' opinion. Where does Tesla sit right before they do the split? Hey, what's going on, family? Jim Denson, happy to have you in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you. Thank you for stopping by. Right. Anybody? I'm just curious to know your opinion on Tesla. What do you think it lands before they actually do the split itself? Anybody in the back chat want to tackle that, or just throw out their number? I'm just curious to know what you guys are thinking.
I'm not sure. I don't really have an opinion. I don't really trade in the traditional market as much as I used to. I do normally do crypto now.
Okay, deep in the head of crypto? Okay, awesome. Well, Elon Musk obviously a big backer of the crypto market, Bitcoin, because obviously he would be that, because he see it as a disruptor to the monetary system.
With PayPal, I think Bitcoin or something, some sort of crypto buying is going to be available on PayPal soon.
Right. As it already is on the Square right now, right? On the Cash App.
Yeah, and Cash App. And I think they're bringing it to Venmo too.
Right. They're bringing it to Venmo. So it probably won't be long. People even like USAA. I'm a member of USAA. We got Zelle at USAA. So it probably won't be long before they get it. So all these fintech companies now are starting to adopt this whole ideal of being able to purchase crypto. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. TJ.
Same blockchain technologies.
Right. You would think that that's the whole reality behind it, but y'all know as well as I know Wall Street. That's just the window dressing the word blockchain. When Wall Street sees this, they looking for what? Numbers. They're looking for numbers, right? They want the head count, right? Wall Street likes to always try to be ahead of everybody before something becomes really mainstream. Even though they sat on the idea of wanting to invest in crypto because they always looked at it as, again, like Warren Buffett said, rat poor and squared. It's not a real true commodity, tangible, equity, this, that, and third. Again, they bashed it for the same reason that it was against the very thing that they believe in terms of these central banks, right? The hedge funds, right? It's a disruptor to that. And so those who was, late to that party, of course they're going to bash it, all right? Again, think about the people who bought crypto at $100 a token, or at, $200, $300, $1,000 a token. In my case, I got in around about 1,900, added to it around 2,100, whatever that case, and I ain't looked back. Right? That's when I began my little so-called, revival about, crypto. But ultimately, again, in the same breath, these so-called quote unquote disruptor companies or disruptor opportunities or entities out there, again, it's all about what the person is willing to pay for it, right? And if people are willing to pay for Tesla at $2,000 a share up here, then how can you kind of trade that? At some point, it is probably going to pull back. Now, pre-split or after split, whatever, I don't know. I do have a feeling, again, like, it's going, well, I would say this. I do think right before they actually do the split, it's going to pull back a little bit. Obviously, to what degree, I don't know. But again, just looking at the linear regression band here, it could easily fall, as low as, maybe between 1,700 at the very low, maybe around 16, potentially. Now that's speculative. Not saying it's going to happen, but we're just looking at the value of, where it's at in terms of the band. Even if it pull back to the band around 18, around this point here, it's very plausible. At the very base, you're talking about, back to 1,500. Right. But again, if the market opens up aggressively bullish on this Trump pump, what's Tesla going to do? Anybody? Is Tesla going to fall, or are they going to pump right along with the market?
Probably a nice rally.
Right. It looks like it's gonna get it's gonna get some moon boots, right? It's gonna get some of Usain Bolt track shoes, right? It's gonna be lights out, right? So, again, irrational exuberance, right? Markets can't remain irrational longer than you can remain what? Solvent. So no matter how overbought it gets, again, Tesla's what? Overbought on the daily, obviously. Look how long it was overbought. Again, back here, same thing how we're looking at Apple. From July the 6th all the way to July the 22nd, almost an entire month, it was just an overbought territory. And then nobody cared. And Wall Street kept saying, it's a buy. CNBC kept saying, oh, but it's Tesla, it's a buy. Again, cheerleading. Again, all of them charlatans, obviously, right? Because, again, it's the greed theory. People who make money do not complain about anything that's crooked, in the essence that they feel like they ain't got to be the one to answer to it. Let me repeat that. Matter of fact, I'm not going to repeat that because I don't even want to set that precedent, but y'all already know that. This ain't nothing new to you guys, right? We know the landscape we're navigating and people we're dealing with. But I say also, again, the trend is your friend. Void of all the politics and all that, the trend is your friend. What does that trend show you? Right? It shows that they want, they're going to try to keep, pushing it. Right? And so, again, her brother say he think what 2,200 over Brandon. We got Family Jerry says 2,400 before the split, right? Again, some very obtainable numbers, potential obtainable numbers there. If you look at Tesla, again, I can draw trend lines up and put all this stuff up here and decorate this chart. It doesn't negate the fact that ultimately this is more of a fundamental trade at this point than it is technical. And why is that? Because people who are cult fans or cult followers or people who see the value in the greed theory or theorem, they're going to ride with that. And that's just strictly investor sentiment, which is another parallel value to understanding what the fundamental analysis is. We already have timelines in place for our split. We already understood. We broke out and hit some key goals that a lot of people was looking for this stock to do. They wanted to get above 2,000. It cleared that hurdle. So what's to say they want to try to send it higher? And the only thing is that, those who were in the stock as of Friday, holding actual shares, of course, you get counted just like a dividend to be a part of that split. Your shares get counted. Right? Now, anybody after that, again, you have to kind of, I think your brokerage company at that point will obviously, due to margin, they will force you to sell your shares. So anything after that becomes a day trade. Now, unless they change that, that's what I got for the latest. Unless they change that script, that's what you'll have to do. So if you trade it anywhere from this point on, you will have to sell your shares before they do the split because you're not part of that, being in that lockup time frame. Now, saying all that, would it be easier for you or more applicable for you to option trade this or actually buy the shares outright with margin? What would be the most best value or defining your risk in this moment? Buying the options or buying the shares outright with margin? Anybody? Right? So it's probably going to be, again, in my opinion, it's probably trading the option through trading it through options, because it's already, you have a defined timeline for expiration, knowing the split date, and then number two, obviously less risk, in holding the options as opposed to actually being in margin and buying Tesla shares, outright. Know that any moment Wall Street can pull the rug from underneath you, up here and take their profit, because y'all know Wall Street gonna take some profit going before that split comes. Don't be fooled about it. Right? Their mandates are totally different than yours, even though they obviously move markets because, again, they're liquidity injections. But when they, again, call up their buddies and not call you and tell you and say, hey, this is the date we're looking to do this around this time frame, just to get your heads up. How many of y'all on that phone call? Right? You got to have your finger on the trigger like everybody else, or your stop loss in place. Right. So this is going to be interesting. Again, it can go either way. It's interesting watching this all unfold. Again, my little shares that I have in it with my $856, average, I look forward to the split. Obviously, in this case, again, it gives people, to get back in that never been in before. That's new to it, I should say. So again, 5-to-1 split at a $2,000 share stock. Come on. Right? So interesting, right? Interesting nonetheless. Right? And we look forward to seeing how this thing will unfold. So, again, I just want to kind of, add a little, I don't know, little sauce to you guys, a little meal today, especially if you guys are investing in Tesla or Apple. If you look at the market, especially some of these vaccine plays real quick, because that's going to be important tonight, right? As far as, the vaccine market obviously been beat up as of last week. There were, the COVID plays, as they call them. Again, your AstraZenecas, your Modernas, your Novio, your Novavax, right? Your BNTX, right? Your who else? I mean, there's so many of them out there. But I'm just saying the major players, right? They took a beating last week, especially Moderna. Excuse me, Moderna took a big beating last week, right? And so this news may be, it may be a help for them, a stop bleed scenario for some of them. Or if he named a specific company or a specific catalyst therapeutic, it may benefit that one and that one only, and the broader market will benefit, but the other vaccine plays will what? Plummet. Right? So knowing that we know what we know now, as far as all the stocks that he has touted, as far as that's dealing with the coronavirus, either therapeutic or whatever, I'm curious to know you guys' opinion real quick, and we can get ready to log off here, and whatever. In a little while here, what do y'all think, or who do y'all think, or what is the drug that Trump is going to reveal tonight? Do anybody want to take a wild guess on what they think it's going to be? Anybody? Because people like, man, dealing with Trump, man, don't tell it what it could be. It could be some baking soda in a baking soda in a can of Coca-Cola. You don't know dealing with that joker. Or he already told you inject bleach. He already told you inject some Lysol. Ain't no telling what he gonna tell you tonight. So what you think, Ober Brandon?
I got two. He might say something about Johnson & Johnson or
okay. All right.
Moderna.
J&J.
Or who's the what's the company that Bill Gates is invested with? Him and Dr.
The new
Fauci.
company or the old ones? Well, he in three. I tell you what, he in three different ones. If y'all didn't know, Bill Gates is highly invested in three major companies. So, which one you thinking? Brandon?
I forgot the name of them. I think it's him and Dr. Fauci, because I know he's invested in two, but I don't know if they're all together and all three of them.
Right. So I'll name the company. These are the Bill Gates stocks, right? That he's highly, and it's one of them that y'all don't know about. Well, y'all may know about because I spoke about it kind of in passing. But these are the ones that he's got his money actually in. All right, I'm gonna post them in on the YouTube chat here. All right. All right, and what's the other SDR? And he's advising on the Moderna one. Right. So those are the companies right there. All right, that Bill Gates has a big vested interest in. Right. All right. So a lot of people didn't even know about the SDGR. I spoke about that maybe like I think a few weeks ago. I was telling y'all about it. Keep your eye on it. Right.
Yeah.
Schrodinger, right? Some of you guys probably like, Schrodinger. Who is Schrodinger? They ain't nobody been talking about that one. That's why. Right. It's been a silent killer. It's been a silent, deadly weapon to the upside. Right, real quick, if I just pull up the chart here to show you exactly what I'm talking about, let you know, couldn't make this stuff up. This stock IPO literally on the 7th, of February at $26 a share. It went all the way to 100 by July the 8th. True story. I started looking at it right around this point right here, around about May 20th, May 19th, in that area there. I mean, I saw it before then, but I was like, with all the other stuff, because at that point, Moderna kept getting all the news. Gilead kept getting all the press release, all those kind of stocks, right? But this joker broke out, and man, Wall Street just started investing in silent mode, and they went dropping a whole lot of press release, kind of taking attention, and that stock just went to rising to the upside, plowing to the upside, and now it has pulled back since then. Obviously, a lot of major correction, but look what it's doing right here. What is it doing right here on this linear regression band?
Looks like it's want to curl right back up.
Trending right on it. Couldn't make this stuff up. And I was telling everybody, like I said, about a couple weeks ago, watch this one here. It's going to pull back a little bit because they just had their lockup period. They just came out of their lockup period about a week ago. I think about a week and a half ago. They had their lockup period. So obviously, insiders get to sell. Institutions, whoever that was in, that was underwriters or whoever that got it early, they got a chance to sell. And so, they took some profit, obviously. Again, stock went from 26 to 100, right? Get excited, right? So now most of all that money is obviously being washed out, flushed out, and now starting, like you said, open brand, as you can see, it's starting to curl, right? And it respected the bottom of the linear regression band, as you can see here. So now it has what? Air and opportunity, potential ahead of it. So all the way from 67, roughly back up near 110, 111, somewhere around there. As high as possible, 115, whatever, potentially over the next month or two. If, things go the way that they're going, and everything stay in play. So that's one you want to put on your radar there. Again, I've been talking about it for a little minute here. Been watching it for quite a while. But it's, it's a secret, and then again, Novio ain't no secret. Y'all know he invested in Novio, right? It's been, it's been in his own way. And I say that because it actually has lost ground. It lost ground in the vaccine race. Now they rarely even talk about Inovio like that. In the beginning, they were like, "Oh no, Inovio gonna be that one." Man, Novavax is clean Inovio's clock. Right, Novavax, y'all know what I'm talking about when I say Novavax. I'm gonna put that chart up too real quick, but it clean Inovio's clock, right? So Novio now is like, man, good luck. They're not even mentioned in the top 5 anymore. And that's crazy. They were in the top 5 for vaccines. Now, they like a close 5 or a close, they somewhere around 6 or whatever. Right? And so again, same way it broke out pretty nicely off $3 range, and then went up as high, roughly around about 35 a share, 34 a share. Again, got Bill Gates money all in, wrapped into it. But all it did, came back and fill this gap here. Close these gaps here, obviously on the way back down, and now it's kind of finding some somewhat support in this little chop zone right here, right from here down here, right. Obviously, where it's bouncing off the 200-day moving averages right here, right. So again, same way, it's respecting the linear regression band here. Look at it's bouncing off of it. Who's to say it might be getting ready to try to what? curl back up a little bit here because it did, got way down here close to that, oversold, area too. Not necessarily oversold, but it's trending close enough down to it near 36 on the RSI. And it's so far is respecting that bottom of this trend line here, this T line here. So at least, you got to push back to the 20-day moving average around $17 a share. If they're very fortunate with some good news, they can get back up near $22, $23 a share. But one to watch nonetheless. All right, real quick, run over to Curvac. Curvac was the one that just IPO'd, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Let me get out this daily because there ain't enough time on it to have a daily chart. We'll just do the hourly, right? This this stock opened up 36, whatever, shot up all the way, to near $90-something a share in about a few days. Right? Well, not even that. And this was all in one day. This was the one day. I forgot. This was the day. This was that entire day. So it went from 36 up to 55, 60 something, 60 somewhere around there. And then it gapped up and went higher that following day, went up to like 90 something. So somewhere around there. And then ever since then, it has pulled back. It filled the gap here, closed this gap right here. As you can see here, started this gap trend back up, as of last week in terms of this little news that dropped. And now it's trying to trend back up towards the upside. Again, I mean, however you look at this thing, it's trying to make a move, right? It's trying to make its move, and solidify itself as a major proponent in this new vaccine war. Right? And again, it's trending so nicely off this 64. I mean, look at this. Couldn't make this stuff up. Look at that straight line there. Right at $64. Like, who's sitting at $64 that don't want this thing to break down? Or 64, 65, I should say. Right at around 65. Who's sitting in there at that point? Right? Some more greedy behind fund manager, somebody, right? they would not let that thing break. That 65, with conviction, that is enough to kind of, keep it out of play. So guess what? Now you got air and opportunity again. Back up into these levels of resistance here, $70 a share. Again, roughly around about 68, somewhere around there. Granted, take that out, take out the 72. You could probably push back higher. And the RSI obviously came back a little bit. Still sitting at around 62 on the RSI, but y'all know how this stuff go. Greed overrules. Indicators and oscillators. Right, so that's one to look at. Again, and y'all know Moderna, right? Moderna, obviously, I'm in that one. Obviously, again, disclaimer, right? I'm in around the $50 region. Well, 57, 58, somewhere around there at that point. And I've been adding to it in several different accounts. I think my stash account, my average in stash is like 68, I think 67 or 68, somewhere around there in that one. Right. But again, if you look at it, from the hourly chart perspective here, matter of fact, let's go a little longer time frame. Let's do again the 1 day. Same way, kind of coming back to some key areas of support. After this kind of meteoric rise off this old, news, the latest news was them going into their phase 2, phase 3 trial clinicals, where they're going to start doing human testing, right? And they have the issue. Here's where it becomes interesting. This is why this correlates back to what this whole Trump news is about. Why is it important? Why is Trump saying that the FDA, CDC are in cahoots with some of these vaccine companies to slow their progression to after the election to hurt or sabotage his chances of being reelected? Why would he say that? Well, Moderna put out a report saying that they were having problems. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. They were having problems recruiting Latino and African Americans for the trial of their Moderna phase 3 trial scenario. Couldn't make this stuff up. True story. So because of that they can't find Latino men or black, participants in this latest round for efficacy testing, it's slowing up their data points. It's slowing up them being able to kind of, again, go through this Operation Warp Speed to get this testing done, get enough, test values out there, see how the antibodies are in respect to these different, so-called quote unquote, even, so-called different even races, if you want to use that, and how, performs in and out their bodies. They having problems with that. So consequently, it's slowing Moderna down for being able to get what they need to go forward. So all the CDC and the FDA did was reported that back to who? Trump. So, black people and Latinos like, man, look at here, Holmes, right? The people, they look at here, bro. I don't know if I want to be a guinea pig so quickly in your little drug. Right? I mean, that's just a fact. I ain't making that up. That's the problem. And so because of that, the stock been under pressure. It started breaking down. Right? I scalped it actually off this point right here. I bought the $67 calls, and then it pulled back this low here. And that thing shot up a little bit and got right back up like my $72, $73 a share. I cashed out quick. And I just been watching ever since then. And that was some good call buys I got on that stock trade at that point. Right? But I just been watching since then. Right? So now it's pulling our way back, getting ready to test the what? Probably the bottom of the trend line here. It haven't made our way back there yet. It's trying to act like it's want to kind of build a little curl position here. Right? It's acting like it's trying to, but we'll see. Right? We'll see. All right. So y'all know how this stuff works. It's give or take, in terms of the value of the news. Now, them releasing that data at some point when they say, well, they completed the testing, it's going to be gangbusters for this stock because they are in the lead. Supposedly, quote unquote, they are the number one company in terms of America standards that's in the lead for the coronavirus vaccine race. And everybody, smart money is invested in it. Now, people say, well, why would you say that if Novavax is higher in price than Moderna? Well, Novavax doesn't get the kind of backing that Moderna has. So therefore, they're keeping the price from being too overly blown out of proportion. It's like strategically they're manipulating it. That way it don't seem more like a pump and more like a real company that's actually, in the race to kind of, get this vaccine cure. Now, of course, when we go with the Novavax, people are like, man, they can go through all that politics if they want. All I care about the share price. Well, guess what? I'm with you on that. Because again, this stock was trading at literally $17 a share. Even back here, I remember back during March, it was around about $7 a share. And before that, it was trading at $2 a share back in January, going into February. Right? And this stock went all the way up, again, over $200 a share, some change. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. I think right now Novavax sitting at what? How much a share? What's the latest price of Novavax? I looked at it the other day. I'm always looking at it some kind of way. Yeah, $137 a share. Or 136 and 135 and somewhere around there change. All right. So again, something to think about. All right. So real quick, you guys' opinion. I want to get you guys' opinion, right? So what do y'all think Trump is going to release tonight? I know I asked that question a little earlier, but I'm curious to know, what do y'all think he's going to release? What company, what procedural value for the coronavirus, et cetera, et cetera. What do y'all think? Who is it going to be? Y'all know we already scrapped, quote unquote, Remdesivir, right? Y'all notice they're not talking about Remdesivir anymore, right? Gilead, right? And that stock has fell from grace, literally. And I was telling one of my brothers, in the financial arms over Garfield at the time, he was, really, contemplating investing in it. I was like, whoa, you might want to wait, right? And at that time, it was, it was trying to climb a little bit, around this 74, 75, whatever. And again, it had its heyday pump, went up here and got, hit, a massive double top at that point, right? And pulled back, right? Hold up, dang, let me get this thing down. Okay, sorry. All right, pull this down. I must have moved it by mistake. Right, pull back, off this double top around about $84, $85 a share, came back, hit this level of chop zone support around this point here, around about 71, trended above it ever so slightly, then it broke down finally, right? All this news came out about, Gilead, that there was, that it was, it was effective, but then again, it wasn't as effective as they thought. And so because of that, I mean, the stock obviously has what? Pulled back since then, right? It has pulled back since then. It broke that level of support around, again, roughly, if you want to say that, roughly around 74, 71, somewhere around there. And now we're down here around $66 a share. Again, look at the RSI. Oversold, tapped it there, bounce, came down, tapped it again, oversold, bounce here. So again, going into tomorrow, if the news is strong enough in terms of this Trump pump, it may catch a bid just on GP, sympathy play. It may catch a bid on GP. Again, got a gap to fill, back up to the upside from it gapping down, potentially back up towards at least $69, dollars a share, potentially. And it's curling with volume, right? Again, all this red, sea of red in the volume down here. You got a sea of red down here, all this red here, right? And now you finally got, two little, chiclet teeth, tooths, if you want to say that, right? Starting trying to bring in some new buyers here. So again, you got an upside potential around about 68, 69 potential. If the news is solid enough to kind of carry this stock in sympathy, up. Now, or it could just be a new invented remdesivir. We don't know. Again, that's why I'm asking y'all. What do y'all think? All right, what's the drug going to be? Who is the drug or the company is going to be? What's the procedure of the therapeutics going to be? All right, I see you over Sunline. You say plasma. All right, so you must be doing some research. All right, over Sunline says it has to do something with plasma, as far as what they're going to do. All right, so that's interesting. All right, Brother James Ingram, you say, do you think that possible debasement currency after the second stimulus pack is going to exacerbate the inflated stock price? Potentially, it could. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know if you just kind of popped on or not, but potentially, right? Very much potentially, right? Because again, everybody's looking for some certainty, and so when the market has certainty, what does it do? It pulls back, goes sideways, or it dumps, right? That's just the basis of what happens in these moments, right? It pulls back, it goes sideways, or it dumps. Again, buy the rumor, sell the news. It could very well, definitely, have some issues in terms of that. Because of the fact that, again, by them printing more money, of course, it's debasing the currency, right? It's again, you got more of it. Right, there's a stretch value in terms of the Fed balance sheet growing, right? All this debt that's going on to the debt clock of America, and somebody got to pay that bill at some point. Somebody, right? So you say Pfizer, right? Name and name, Jerry Palit, right? So you say Pfizer, right? So there, okay. So Jerry got Pfizer over. Sunline says it's gonna be a plasma kind of therapeutic. Right? Brandon said Kodak. It could. Yeah, that train wreck. Man, I could spend days talking about Kodak. I've been murdering Kodak too. I still got that position short right now in 3 different accounts. I've been eating good off Kodak. Man, over the last couple of weeks, man, I've been eating really good off Kodak. Just buying puts, close them out, get some more. I just been wash, rinse, repeating. And I've been equity shorting it as well. Outright. Right? Naked shorting, so to speak. So, yeah. So, again, it's a toss-up. We don't know, but I'm thinking, let me ask this question. Let me do it this way. All right? I know I'm getting all excited. Number one, I'm celebrating this joyous occasion. Number one, reaching 1,000 subscribers. Meaning, I look at this way, I'm reaching 1,000 new family members, right? Old and new. Again, I appreciate you all for tuning in today. I'm humbled again by this joyous occasion. For me, it is. Again, to a lot of people, they're like, man, that's a small, I only got 1,000 subscribers. To me, it means everything because I say, we're people over here that's working. We're doers, right? This is what we do. So our interest is more so aligned to finding ways to make money. Of course, I love the value of having people who have that mindset around. And those people are valuable. They're invaluable because we think together just like we're doing now, right? And it's nothing against all the other stuff, but just that's what we do, right? So again, having that is monumental to me, and I'm humbled by that. And so peace, power, profit to you all. Thank you all for being a contributor to this channel, to where it's at today, because it's just much like I said, you guys' channel as it is. My name that's on it doesn't matter. It's still ours because this is what we do when we come together on it. We work, right? We come together and we work. Right? We have time when we kind of cut up and have a little fun every now and then, but most times we're on there working. Right? For people who don't understand the value in that, of course, they ain't gonna see value in it. They won't subscribe or like it. That's fine. We're not here to make, to be congenial to win over people, right? By our personality. We're here to work, right? And we're here to secure the bag, period. Right? I'll leave it at that. Right. So, but that's, again, salute to all you all. Thank you all for being contributors to this opportunity for me to use this as a, again, a meeting ground for us to kind of come together and grind through. Right. So that's it. So real quick. So I'm starting to see some publications out there through other aspects. Right. So right here, I see, let me share this real quick, just on GP. I know I'm bouncing around a little bit here. But again, I just want to, share what I could real quick before we get down to this so-called breaking news that he's going to release. Got everybody riled up in the stock market this evening, going into it because they think the market is going to turn around and run at 350. You got some people saying we're going to run up about 3% tomorrow, right? I'm going to ask you guys' opinion when we get there. But for now, let's see what some of the message boards are saying. Right? So Sue Min Kim, right, on Twitter, I guess I said it right, Sung Min Kim, she says Trump to announce emergency approval of a convalescent plasma as a COVID-19 treatment. So there you go, over Sunline, convalescent plasma, right? So who are all the companies out there that's dealing in plasma therapeutics for, the COVID-19 value of a therapeutic? Now this is where your research kicks in, right? A convalescent plasma, right, as a COVID-19 treatment. This is per her value, and there may be a consensus across other boards too, but that's what everybody's looking at this point, right? Or that's what they think he's going to unveil tonight. And keep in mind, look at that word, emergency approval. So that means this is something that he's not just going to say we think this is a use case. They're going to give it some kind of approval. I don't know if it's going to be an executive order or he's going to go through the natural chain of progression in terms of the Health and Human Services Board, meaning the FDA and the CDC, or he's going to issue another executive order on his own, which I don't know how he could do that in this case, because again, he's tested so much of the Constitution. I don't even know what is legal or what's not legal anymore. He just whatever. He just got that pen smoking right now. He writing everything executive order. So this is going to be interesting. Is it going to be an executive order, or he's going to go through the chain of command, right? FTC, CDC, FDA, CDC to approve this so-called quote unquote emergency approval of a convalescent plasma, right? Yeah, 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., 6 p.m., right? 6 p.m. is when the futures market open up, right? So, this is going to be interesting, right? So convalescent plasma, right? So anybody got any research on convalescent plasmas? Right? Anybody? Right? Any of the companies out there that y'all know or deal with convalescent plasmas? All right. So this is going to be interesting. Right? So let's say, let me see here. What companies out there? And it might be a private company too. It might not even be public. That's what's crazy about it. Somebody said a company called, I mean, he never mentioned this company though. Ugh. unless it's it's an OTC company, because they deal with convalescent plasma, and what they do as well. This let me share my screen here. Sorry. I'll get that way sometime. Forgive me, guys. Forgive me. So this company here called Terumo, right? This is ADR, right? It's out of Japan, which is odd because he's been touting a lot of U.S.-based companies. But again, Japan is an ally of America. Again, y'all know they have one of the most liquid central bankers of all time ever in Japan. So Japan been a highly, highly close friend of America. You know, Trump probably will, defer to them in this case if they can do anything to help this election, right? Not saying that it's this company, but this is some of the rumors that circulate that this may be one of them, or in the race, right? This Terumo company, right? So again, and it's OTC stock, so it's not necessarily traded on the Nasdaq, NYSE, or Amex, or any of those major exchanges. So it's OTC market, but I don't know. So I don't know. Again, that's just one of many. So y'all know how this stuff go. It's all speculative, right? It's all speculative, right? Until we, actually find out what's going on. So Gilead. So yeah, Takeda or Takeda, depends how you pronounce it. Yep. So that's one. Good looking out there. Oberbrand. Obviously, Oberbrand is our resident. He's in the field of medical, in the medical field, right? So that particular stock could definitely be, worth looking at, right? So, again, it's crazy because, these are the things that we're trying to figure out. So, now I'm also hearing that somebody is saying that Trump is expected to announce Sunday evening so he actually may have the Food Drug Administration authorization on this blood plasma for patients for the therapeutic. So he probably already got with them and got their approval. So real quick here, let's run over to this page right here real quick. And again, I'm not going to be on too much longer. Again, I know we got a couple more hours for the futures market open up. That's why I tried to string it out just a little bit going into the futures market. So we have something to kind of look forward to going into the futures market, being they're going to try to pump, they're going to pump the brakes off the market that they can off of it. We'll see. Especially, let me share this on my little page real quick on GP, because this is how I bookmark a lot of the stuff I research. I just share it to my page, my Facebook, and go back and check it out later if I don't have time to really go through it and break it all the way down, and do my little detective work, right? But this ad right here, just popped up. So FDA under pressure from Trump again, just like I thought. He's forcing the hand. He's ruling with an iron fist. He's chin checking the FDA. He done put him up by their collar like a little kid. However you want to look at it. Trump then pulled a fast one. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Is it sharing? Why is it stuck on? Okay, it's not. Is it showing? Oh man, let's see. Hold up, guys. Things acting silly here. Let me see. Chrome tab FDA. All right, here we go. Can you guys see my screen? Let me go over here. Okay, there it is. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. All right. So this news article just kind of popped up here. It says FDA under pressure from Trump, expected to authorize blood plasma as a COVID-19 treatment. So does Trump has his own set of scientists that he's relying on outside of the FDA and the CDC? Think about that for a moment. How does he have the executive order to produce or push the people in government that are relied on to make these kind of decisions, to make certain decisions like this, unless he has an independent review board of scientists or whatever that he's answering to. Because the title of this already tells you instantly that he's putting pressure on the FDA to make this approval. They're not doing this willingly. He's forcing them to do it. Goes back to what I was saying earlier on in the broadcast. Who do you rely on to get your information from? Is it Trump? Is it the CDC? Is it the FDA? Is it independent auditors and scientists and things of that nature? Who do you trust? Then how do you suspect the American people to make these kind of executive decisions over their life when they get all this conflict, the information, conflict, the data? Couldn't make this stuff up. I mean, ponder that for a moment. Who do you trust? Right? So real quick. So it says Washington, obviously Washington. President Trump is expected to announce Sunday evening that the Food and Drug Administration will authorize the use of blood plasma for patients who have recovered from the COVID-19 as a treatment for the disease, according to individuals familiar with the plans. The decision with Trump's press secretary herald ahead of the time is a major therapeutic breakthrough. Of course, make it sound all big and grandiose. Likely falls far short of that description. It falls far short of that description, meaning a major therapeutic breakthrough. So again, this is some old, I don't know. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but then again, it sounds like a shade tree mechanic. All right, a doctor that stayed in the Holiday Inn, or not a doctor, but I don't know, a hot dog vendor that stayed at the Holiday Inn and woke up the next day and thought he was a doctor. I don't know. Right? And this is a major publication, website. Stat is this is the real deal. Right? This ain't no, whatever. They serious business over here. Right? So likely falls far short of that description and could generate intense controversy inside the administration and the broader scientific community. Look at there. I haven't even read this thing yet, and it's already answered what I already was thinking in my mind in terms of my own natural knowledge about this stuff so far. That is it in a nutshell. Couldn't make this stuff up. The so-called convalescent plasma is among a host of potential therapeutics that have been undergoing testing in clinical trials. The hope is that the infusion of antibody-rich plasma from those who have recovered from COVID-19 can be injected into the ill patients, kickstarting their immune system and allowing them to fight off the virus until they can generate their own antibodies. Wow. There are already, things out there supposed to be doing that right now. But this one here is supposed to be a major therapeutic breakthrough, meaning apparently Trump thinks this one, whatever he's going to unveil, is better than everything else, or it's been working better than everything else all of a sudden. To the point where the CDC didn't know about it, the FDA didn't really know about it, or they knew about it and they say, the data ain't that good enough, right, for us to kind of waste any time on it. But Trump saying, no, I'm the king. I told y'all what to do. Get that press release out there. FDA, get out there and approve this therapeutic, or somebody gonna get fired. I can only imagine. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? So here you are. So a study conducted by the Mayo Clinic, right? He always been, bigging up the Mayo Clinic, right? He big up the Mayo Clinic before he, big up the National Institute of Health. I was, with Dr. Fauci, Fauci work with the Mayo Clinic, but basically said that the NIH, whatever, have found that the plasma treatments appeared to have a small, keyword small there, but statistically significant impact on reducing the mortality in hospitalized COVID-19 patients who received the infusions within 3 days of the onset of the symptoms. So basically, you got 3 days after you get the symptoms, right, to get this so-called convalescent plasma to help you with your coronavirus. 3 days, that's your window of opportunity. 3 days, right? Like the coming back of, Jesus, so to speak. You got 3 days to get your files in order, right? Right, compared with those who got plasma later, right? That study, while large, did not include a placebo group, making it difficult to interpret the data. So that's important. So that's why you do what? Phase trials and clinicals for efficacy rate levels to make sure that the placebo is not throwing you off in terms of what? Chart data and readings. That's why you got to have those placebo controlled studies to see that it's, that is coming back more efficient than, inefficient in terms of its readouts. Hence, that's why you got to go through 3 phases of testing. But again, we know we're on the Operation Warp Speed. We know we're desperate, meaning they desperate, right? And here's the deal, we up against the clock here. So again, Pfizer, somebody mentioned Pfizer earlier. The BioNTechs, they may be one of the drugs. It may be one of the ones. Who knows? We'll see. All right. It says also it was not immediately clear whether Trump or the U.S. health officials, including the FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn, Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar, would be releasing new data at news press conference planned for Sunday evening. So it seems like they're not even really on board. Just be honest here. Again, I'm not putting words in their mouth, but just from how this article is positioned, obviously they got some pushback to a degree on this scenario here. They're pushing back. So again, Trump into the Lone Ranger mode right now, and he just like, man, look, I'm gonna take the bull by the horns. We're gonna ride this thing right into into the sunset. Right? Let me just post a link in the back chat. I ain't gonna sit here and read all of it, but it's interesting while we're talking about it. This is the stuff that we do, right? We have to round robin out our value to stay ahead of the information or the news, right? So again, the move comes late, less than a week after officials in the NIH staged a rare intervention to stop the FDA from using what is known as emergency use authorization. Wow. Because that becomes dangerous, right? If you just keep issuing all the emergency use authorization and some of this stuff will come back and start having all these weird side effects and killing people, then who's going to be to blame for it? Right? That's why testing is important. Right? For blood plasma, so to treat COVID-19. So the NIH officials involved in the decision told the New York Times that more data derived from randomized controlled trials were needed, basically, like I said. The announcement also follows sustained pressure from the president on his own administration. Trump told reporters last week that the U.S. officials were, there we go, I spoke about that. Trump told the U.S. reporters last week and officials that that U.S. officials were slow walking the clearance of blood plasma until after November election. Wow. He also took to Twitter on Saturday to criticize the FDA. Criticizing the FDA. Now he just making all kind of new friends, huh? he in the sandbox just making all kind of new friends, huh? Now he was already beating up the CDC. Now he beating up the FDA. Man, couldn't make this stuff up. For making it difficult to test vaccines and therapeutics, though he didn't specifically mention plasma. Wow. Wow. Man, couldn't make this stuff up. Could not make this stuff up. The FDA, for them, reviewed the UA for the malaria. Yeah, so they revoked the hydroxychloroquine. That's what he's really mad about. That the FDA revoked, EUA for the malaria, which is an emergency use of authorization for the malaria drug hydroxychloroquine. That's why he's really mad. This one little line right here, right? This is why he's upset. And he got his own independent scientists, his own independent auditors or whomever. The last cowboy to stay. See, you're right, Jerry. That's it over Sunline, right? he got them pistols on his hip right now. Trump got his hat tilted to the side like John Wayne. He got them boots on with the spurs in the back. That joker coming down through the White House. I mean, he's shooting everybody. He picking everybody off. The CDC, the FDA, the NIH, the whoever you are. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Burke, if you don't get in line, you're going to pop her off too. Look, that joker's hitting everybody. The press don't stand a chance. Man, look. If this was a Western, Trump be the greatest gunslinger of all time. He'd be the greatest gun. I'm showing my age a little bit. John McCain, what his name was? Lucas McCain or John McCain, what that guy was name? On the, what was that show back in the days? Oh, man. The Rifleman, yeah. The Rifleman. Right? Old school show. That dude, man, that dude was serious with that 30-30 Winchester. Right? Crazy. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Could not make this stuff up. He said, Brother Matthew said, how much longer do you think Apple will continue to rise before it pulls down? Again, it can run all the way up into the potential split. Right? It can run all the way up into its potential split. And so just being able to breach above the $500 level, well, that's indicative to what? Potential more breakout. Because y'all know anytime a stock eclipses a major $50 mark or a whole dollar mark, technically that's a bullish signal. Right? Getting over that hurdle of a whole dollar mark is always a bullish signal. In this case, a $50 mark of $1,000 is $500. Getting over $500, that's major. And they're sitting right up there near that, that pinnacle point of success going into the merger, the split. It could easily, again, like I said earlier, I was kind of going over earlier, it could easily find itself up near 525, 550 before it all said and done. Potentially. Again, it's all speculative. But potentially, it possibly could. All right, so definitely worth watching. All right, definitely worth watching. All right, so again, guys, there you go, man. I don't know, man. This is, this is what we're dealing with. So there are some stocks out there that deal with blood plasma, or, the convalescent plasma stuff for treatment already. Again, I think that was brother Jerry. He put some of them in the back. You got again SONN, LMNL, Kamada. I know about Kamada. I just hit that one earlier this week recently. And that one is still kind of undervalued too, in relation to what it should be really trading at. KMDA, right? KMDA, right? I think that company is actually out of Israel, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're out of Israel. Let's run over here real quick. Let me see here. 1 second, guys. 1 second here. Excuse me. Yeah, so Kamada. Yeah, Kamada, as you can see here, KMDA is trading that, again, it has a moderate buy rating on it. No holds, no sales. Price target around about $11. Obviously sitting at 10. Again, had a nice little bump off the lows around about, April the 1st, sitting that down, roughly around about, $5 and change a share. Since then, it has doubled, basically grown over 500%. Excuse me, 500%, 100%. In that time frame. So again, you did pretty well on your investment if you bought down here near the April or the March lows. And now it's just trying to, tread water here and gain traction. So again, it's been getting some positive news lately, because I said I traded it a while back on day trade. But they definitely dealing, in the convalescent plasma players under pressure on the FDA on the emergency use authorization. So let's go over here real quick and see what they got for some of the stocks over here. All right, so as y'all can see my screen, I don't know if y'all can. Y'all can't. All right, hold up. Dang it. I forgot this thing doesn't switch, until you switch with it. All right, so real quick here. All right, so this article came out on August the 19th by Seeking Alpha. Convalescent plasma players under pressure on FDA hold on emergency use nod, right? We just kind of read about that on the Stat magazine. So guess what? On the publication. Right? So here's all the so-called stocks so far listed as some of the so-called quote-unquote select tickers that's dealing with convalescent plasma, either directly or somewhat directly. So you got, again, KMDA, you got GRFS. Let me take that out. So GRFS, again, XBIT, X Biotech, Ceres, I know about that company too. ADMA, I know about that one as well. So these are some of the more, GRFS again, some of the more notable ones, right? So let me post that in the back chat. All right. And that's just some. Again, it could be others, but, just kind of using, again, just digging and turning over information here. This is what some of what we have here as far as some of these, plasma plays, right? Excuse me. So, any of these right here, you might want to watch just for the value that they can be sympathy runners, meaning they could be sympathy plays. Even if he name a specific company, the others may also jump up and run in tandem just because they deal in what? Plasma treatment, right? So this is how you pretty much do your deductive reasoning to come up with some kind of ideas of where everybody's at and what they're doing, right? Right. So again, just something to think about in this case here. Some of these stocks I'm looking down here in the comment section, see if anybody else posted a particular another company that they may know of as well. I mean, this is how you do your research. You're constantly looking for data points that you can back test and research and do whatever. Right. But again, this is a very fairly new article on the 19th. It's just 23rd. So see, these are some of the companies that are definitely in that lane. Right. That are in that lane. Right. So again, we'll look forward to that. So let me post this article just in case if y'all want it, on GP for your own, edification. There's the article for that. As far as, some of the convalescent plasma plays or stocks that are out there. So again, definitely, if I had to, out of this list, if I had to think about any of them that may get the nod, again, I could be wrong, of course, it's Kamada. Because they just had news recently. Most recently they had news concerning their scenario. And, it has been getting a little press, right? It's been getting a little press. Right. So just them right there, again, keep them on your radar for tomorrow. If you think about, possibly day trading any of those on the news, we'll see. Right, we'll see. All right, so that's just to deal with that. So again, it's getting interesting now. I mean, we putting a little color to this thing, we're putting a little armor all on the tires a little bit, shining it up. We'll see what happens. Come about an hour and 30 minutes away here, or it might just be an hour because he did one press release said 5:30, the other one said 6. Well, we know the futures market opened up at 6 o'clock. So, ironic, he would want to release that right at the time when the futures market opened up. Right. So I can pretty much already guarantee you that weekend Wall Street is probably up right now. Let's go over here and see. Let's go right on over here and see. Let me share this. Again, it's not like it's going to be the end all be all to the market when it open up, but it's been pretty decently close to accurate anytime you do, check weekend Wall Street. Yep, there you go. So we're already trending up in the futures market before the futures market even opened up. This is the weekend Wall Street indicator or, value of what stocks are looking at this point going into the futures market. So we're saying so far a plus gain of 67 points on the Dow already. So that would obviously innately put about, I want to say about 3 or 4 points, $3 or $4 or 3 or 30 or 40, 50 cents on the S&P 500. Right there you go, right there. Right. So, so again, people are building on the news potentially. Who knows what this will look like? Maybe about an hour from now, this might be up near 80, right? Maybe even 100. So either way, they're going to try to rally off this news because they're going to also say, well, guess what? We also have some good news coming out of what? The House of Representatives passing that $25 billion stimulus package for the post office too. Wall Street don't care. They're greedy, right? They don't care what news is. If it's good news, they can rally behind it. They're going to rally behind it. Simple as that. Don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, whatever. That stuff only matters when it matters. But before that, all they need is a catalyst. They're looking for a catalyst every single day. It's like a person that's on drugs. They just looking for that next drug every single chance they get. That's what Wall Street does. They don't care about nothing else. No race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation. Greed is the only thing that these people care about. How can they make more money? Why this gravy train is good? Because at some point when we do get a vaccine and all this stuff getting panned out and things go back to normal, then that gravy train runs out to a degree. They milking it for what all is worth right now. Billions of dollars being made right now by wealthy people while people are starving and going hungry right now. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? Could not make this stuff up. You said drop the link over Eva Monica. I'm sorry, I just seen it. Sorry. So yeah, I just been going in a little bit here. There's the link, guys, if you do want to come on the back chat. So that's what we're looking at here as far as weekend Wall Street. Again, around about 7 points so far on the Dow. Again, nonetheless, it's bullish, right? They're in a bullish stance right now going into this news that Trump going to release. Again, I'm just curious to know, is he just going to say the blood plasma aspect of it, or he's going to name a specific company? Right? Is he going to name a specific company? Because that will be huge, right? That would be huge, right? If he announces a specific company, that could be very huge. Hey, what's going on, Eva Monica? Happy to have you in the building. Peace, power, and profit to you.
Congratulations to that 1,000 subscribers.
Thank you, sis. It's ours. I say it's ours. It's our. It's all our. We all sharing that because again, this is what we do. It's our little community, our little, little moments. This is what we do. We work, come together. So that celebration is our celebration. And again, I look forward to being able to share it in the same breath. You crossing that milestone too, you definitely deserve it. Above, anybody out there, you definitely deserve it. The level of work that you put in and sacrifice that you have. So, peace, power, profit, and kudos to you.
High five, high five.
Yeah. So, what do you think about all this news that we're sitting there talking about here? I mean, we got some hot button topics going off. The press release is flagging right now. The blotter is kicking off at the top right now. All people get all riled up and worked up behind this little press release that Trump gonna drop this convalescent plasma data, and the markets want to benefit off of it because they don't care. They just want something to run off of. But it's getting crazy out here. I mean, you got him defying the scientists. He defying his own cabinet. He defying his own. He defying all these different people. Branches of so-called government, CDC, FDA. I mean, how do we square that? Again, who do we trust, so to speak, right? And people are like, well, who do we trust, right? So in this moment, who do we trust? What do you think?
I know Sherry and I was talking about the postal money. How can we get some?
I know, right? 25 billion large.
Trying to figure out if there's some grants out there, contracts or whatnot. But I know the postal, they do contract the delivery service piece of it. I'm not sure the extent of it. I never really explored it on the ground. But yeah, I noticed the news, and even with like you're speaking about with the therapeuticals and plasma, I think the guy is desperate for a win, and they just doing anything. What was real interesting is that how I read the article on Kodak and how it went down, and so I'm like, okay, obviously, even if it was a possibility for anything to come out safe, they're so desperate to where whatever they come out with, you better have your eyes raised, because now really when you really get involved, like you may mention before, boy, when you get behind the scenes and see how these companies do things, you might not want to get involved.
You might not want to mess around.
You want to be bothered with, and right now it's playing out really crazy because they want to cut corners, they want to cut regulations, they want to change deadlines. And so honestly speaking, from the time I actually really got serious with learning the market, I mean, I'm like what you just said. Follow the bag when they start. even
Right.
even
All the
though
money.
morally on the ground, it might not be cool. But boy, I tell you, they making moves. They making moves based on news and what the administration's doing. So why not? I don't want to be left out and homeless because I was like, oh, it wasn't right. Please, some stuff you just gonna have to. It's gonna happen. So I mean, just ride the wave, just like everybody else. But yeah, I like the
You're
fact you
right.
threw out the what would you just say? Not the plasma, but you threw out something else, some other type of news. I was looking in on I forgot, but
Those stocks or just
yeah, it was a type of company. So you threw out the blood plasma companies and for for the therapeutic play. Well, for something new, and then you made mention. I was trying to see what it was earlier. Is a company that you said that they possibly
commodity. I actually have it on my screen right now. I'm sharing it right
okay.
now.
What was it?
So yeah, this one here just broke out just recently on some news, as you can see there, and it pulled back. I was able to day trade it, when it broke out. Uh, Again, they had a breakthrough on this little convalescent plasma news. That's why it broke out.
Okay,
Um, just looking at the daily chart here again, if you just narrow it down to, let's say, to the hourly
right.
a little bit here. As you can see, off the news here, it gapped up from 8, went up to like 9, chopped out
Right.
sideways. Excuse me, gapped up and went higher to 10, pulled back, gapped up, well again, and then just ran up on bullish aggressive buying up near 12, right? And so all this was in the span of about 3 to 5 days, and then since then again has pulled back, and now it's holding support again right at this little area here. Obviously, this is an area of interest, obviously,
Let me
at this
ask you,
point in this holding. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
that long is that a long stem on that red candlestick when it first started to rise in price on that first red candlestick? Yeah, that one. Come back over to the right, the next one.
Uh,
Not that one, the next one. That is that a red
oh,
stem
right here.
coming out? Yeah, is that a wick?
Yeah, that's a wick.
Long wick?
That's a wick. Because
So it
that
is.
was when yes, that's when it went all the way up to like $12 on this particular day, and then all the everybody that was again wick is indecisiveness. So just the meat of all the people that was still sitting in this trade after this point. Everybody else was just day trade. They day traded and they were out of there, which is a massive wick. That is a massive wick. So
Yeah,
again,
that's large.
yeah, you're talking about roughly around about 10, 15, 10, 13, all the way up to like near $12 on that wick. So again, well, just the aspect of the wick alone from the body where it kind of rested at 10.60 to around $12, you still got like $1.40 in profit. And so because of that, again, indecisiveness, obviously start pull back, bottom out, found some support, left roughly around the same price where it's sitting at actually right now. Couldn't make this stuff up.
So
Look at that line. Go ahead.
right. So when you have that, I call it a shadow, the purple shadow and like that red shadow.
Okay, yeah, linear regression band. Mm-hmm.
Okay, what you call the level of resistance
It's
band?
no, it's called a linear regression
Oh,
band. Yeah,
regression
regression
band.
band. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that's possibility of where price action could happen over time
Right
based on
within.
that trend.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So when it gets up here, got overbought above it. You see, again, y'all know, like we always, talking about anytime a stock moves further away from moving averages, it acts like a magnet. It's going to pull it back
Right.
at some point, even within its trend value. This way, it got well outside of it and it pulled back, right? Then it came back hard, all the way back down to this medium line or this mean line. And then it kind of trended slightly below it, came back and touched it again, got rejected off of it here. And now it's pulling back here. So it might have to go through a kind of like a consolidation or a chop zone first before it breaks back out. Or in this case, now it has a catalyst. Trump released that
Right.
data today.
No, I was saying right.
So this could easily be right back up, 11, 12, especially if he mentioned this, the company as it is, like if this the company that he's going to say is this company too, if they really get behind it, oh man, right?
Did you
Go ahead.
hear him mentioned in reference to Whirlpool? he spoke on Whirlpool, the company, and I was trying to catch whether, what in what contents that he was speaking about Whirlpool.
I
But
know you just talked about Goodyear recently. You want to boycott them.
oh yeah, for their top, yeah, because he mad because they. But you know what was drives me on that particular comment is that I don't know a work agency that allow you to wear political paraphernalia. So
You
I
can't.
mean,
Yeah. He can't. He trying to force these people to tell people how to run their own company. That's why I said, man. I say he a gunslinger.
yeah,
I've said that's exactly why I say he a gunslinger. He don't care. He trying to tell you what to do with your own company. He trying to tell people he gonna, boycott them if they don't bring their businesses back to America. I mean, he just, again, this whole king or emperor theory is going to his head. He don't understand how government really works, or even the private sector really works.
Right. Then he says he's gonna send the lawmakers to the polls. Homeland Security is like, we don't have authority to do that.
Right, none. That's unconstitutional. You can't bully people in the voting. You can't show up and try to intimidate them. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. So again, his lawyers are just behind the eight ball. They are just ratchet because they're supposed to be advising him. Hey, you can't do that, sir. You can't even say that. And it's like they just sitting there like whatever you say.
Right.
But we know, if they ever take us to court, we gonna lose because we can't litigate the Constitution in that perspective. It says this. You can't get around that.
Right. Now, in reference to the Defense Production Act, where they selected Kodak to be one of those companies to produce ingredients for vaccine. So the big wrong, so to speak, is the fact that the company executives, not so much that they, well, I guess it is so much that they actually purchased based on the deal, but they shared the news within their own little circle, and everybody won because it's like an insider trader cap.
Right. Because again.
So what? Let me ask you before you say that. So when a company, because I read something in that article that said that executives have an opportunity to buy or sell doing a deal. However, I guess they have a cap on how much they can do.
To a degree, in terms of, because some of this stuff might be positioned that they have to go through a review board, meaning, shareholders might have to vote on it, stuff like that. Because, in this case, again, you can hurt the share price, because if you liquidate, somebody liquidate all that amount of shares, what does that do to the, to the stock? We didn't authorize giving them that kind of, pay increase, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And then, that could be detrimental. And so in this case, again, it was just blatant. Again, my opinion that, they just use this to benefit. Again, the stock was sitting. I mean, y'all see what the stock was sitting at. Y'all was seeing it too. The stock was sitting at $2. $1.70, $80, then $2 a share.
Right.
Forever. I mean, in a straight line. Look at that. I couldn't make this stuff up.
Yeah, even it was horrible. They filed for bankruptcy, didn't they?
Yeah, back in the days, they were already struggling to come. They were lunch meat. They were lunch meat times 10. Couldn't make this stuff up. This
times 10.
I mean, couldn't make this stuff up. So look at it on the daily here. Let's just do the daily chart. This is the daily. This stock been going nowhere forever. Right? And they had this moment back in 2018 when they got caught a little bid, right? And rocketed up and pulled back down again. Gave them all them gains right back after just plummeting up from way up here. From way up here, I mean, this company was just again a slow bleed, just down. I mean, look at this. I mean, going all the way back again. Couldn't make this stuff up. This is what you call falling from grace. They call it falling from grace, right? 2014, 2015, just downhill slalom like Jamaican bobsledders. Downhill, 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 downhill. Stop for a moment, take a breath of air. Whoop, run up here around about 13, right? Downhill, 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 downhill. Here, all of a sudden, again, look at this here. This is how you know this ratchet. This stock ain't never been way up this high before.
Never.
even back here at $35 a share, all this stuff back here. And you talking about a couple days or whatever, it goes all the way to $60. It didn't even do that on the Bitcoin pump. The Bitcoin pump was way back here. Right, this one, the Bitcoin pump. It was back here. Yeah, back here. I think around this time frame here, January 8th, that's when 18. That's when they had the Bitcoin pump. It went from, I think, $4 to like 13. When they announced that they're gonna become Kodak Eastman blockchain, whatever, blockchain Bitcoin. They were just trying anything, right? And since then, everybody got used to that pump. Like, nah, y'all still garbage. And it again just deflated. And then again, here you go. Now, the stock always went to all-time high, $60 a share in a matter of a couple of days, and they cashed out all up in here. This is how you know they cashed out big. That ain't just retailer. That's a lot of people who were holding on this side too. And now it's starting to fleet. It's just fleeting to the downside at this point. With the loan obviously being now in jeopardy to the point where it's just almost just inevitable, that they will not go through with it. After the remarks that we got from Peter Navarro, Trump also trying to, he halfway speaking about it, not really speaking about it. They're trying to distance themselves a little bit. The CEO was supposed to drop a quote unquote by the internet rumors that he was going to drop a press release today saying that he's going to step down, which, we'll see if that ever, if it happens or not. They just really messed up this opportunity majorly. Again, greed. We're just talking about greed. Greed does this, right? Greed does this.
Down, but he still got the money.
Again, then you got to wait to the investigation. At that point, now you got to hold the SEC, come back and render that, it was what it was. Because at that point, you had to pay a fine. But if the fine ain't, substantial the value of the money that he hauled from the insider trading, then so be it. But ultimately, at that point, they can't convict them. Now, if that happens, then again, they say somebody got to go to prison, right? Somebody got to go to jail, right? Think about all the people who bought this at $40, $30 a share, right? $25 a share, $40 a share, $50 a share. Imagine all the people that's still stuck in this stock right now, who taking that L right now.
Yeah, that's right. Because they selling off.
Right, because you don't take an L till you lose, so they think they're gonna get bailed out, and that's a hard pill to swallow to admit that you was wrong. Because you chased an opportunity that seemed to be greater, larger than life.
Glad I sold mine.
See what I'm saying? Because it was touted as such. So now you stuck holding the bag, and pride won't let you sell, but potential value of getting bailed out. Because the only people who can bail you out at this point is probably going to be Trump. I mean, Navarro don't want no parts of it because his name all over it. He was the one orchestrating, touting the deal. Him and Jared Kushner and that guy Adam, they all, was the reason why this, is where it got the way it was.
Yep.
So it looks bad on them, and again, they're the part of, not taking, responsibility. So they're gonna definitely defer and say somebody else's, fault or this fault. They always gonna find fault in somebody else except themselves. Again, case point. Look at Steve Bannon. Right? It's something with their mindsets to get them to think that it's always a conspiracy when they get convicted or indicted.
Yeah.
Like, how's that possible? When it happens to you and me, oh no, you the criminal, you this, and check his criminal background and run their credit. And I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And people that's sheep minded, they just go along with that foolishness.
You can't be rehabilitated, no parole.
Right. Couldn't make this stuff up. I say people got this old sheep mentality. They don't know how to stand on their own square and live their life on their terms. They just gotta follow these charlatans around and act like these people are larger than life, and they're not. They're garbage. Times Square, and
they talk about the hood
and all that kind of stuff. Again, I scratch my head a lot of times when I think about it, but I say to myself, you know what? This is just a societal culture that has brewed this kind of way of thinking. This reality world fairy tale mentality that is not standing on any kind of morals, laurels, or ethics at all. Just completely hitting this guy head with like an empty peanut hull with no peanuts in inside, just shaking around. Man.
But they hold you to one just off of the fact of you not acting out of line. Not that they really follow or believe how you do. It's just to keep you in line so they continue to do what they do because they know you're gonna forgive them.
Right. Again, people got short-term memories, right? Short-term memories. And that's tragic when you think about, from, when we say holding people accountable, right? Everybody needs to be held accountable except politicians and people of that stature, that ilk.
Right.
But they hold you to accountable like every little incremental value of your life.
Every increment.
Right. And people don't realize that your strength is in the numbers of people who look like you and in your same boat, not the people who got all this other trash illegally or questionably, and you bigging them up like they got something great or they did something great. No, they just hustled in a very sketchy way and criminal in a lot of ways. And then now all of a sudden they supposed to be, somebody important. And like, are y'all serious? Like, are y'all serious? But yeah, so anyway, I mean, you get it. You definitely get it. And that's what we're dealing with here. And Kodak, this whole issue smells like, rotten eggs. It definitely stinks. There's definitely fire where there's smoke. It's just too obvious, based upon the value of the information that's out there. But you're still dealing with people who can find a way to protect their own. I mean, how many times books been cooked? How many times information gets distorted? How many times evidence gets lost or destroyed? Right? All this stuff just, again, more the reason why, we all should be endeavoring to be in a position to be, again, carriers of our own opportunity. Right? We're being in control of our own destiny, so to speak. Because I don't want to put my stamp or people say I don't want to put my name into that and this kind of this is the kind of stuff we're dealing with. So they want you to be patriotic about this kind of trash, right? You're not being American because you don't. We're just trying to bring jobs back. So what if they did? Like, what you mean? So what? You don't get that when they lock you up or they stop you or pull you off or come after you. You don't get that kind of break. Now how you gonna give it to a greedy behind company? This is the logic of and I'll be like, man, not today. like, not today. But again, it is what it is. Again, I'm not here to place that kind of judgment or whatever. I got to protect mine and my own. And people who obviously, see value in some of the stuff we say, again, being responsible to that. But I will say again, if you're not thinking under your own merit, under your own terms, more than than none, something wrong with that. Your value to reason and logic, something wrong with that. Because the market makes you better at those things, right? You carry this stuff into your personal life, right? Because you understand, the value of the complexity of information, how important it is or it is not. So you're a little bit more cautious in how you quantify stuff now. Based upon, again, it could be, money or no money, right? Food or no food. Bills or no bills, so it's all relevant, ultimately is my point here. So again, it just behooves us to pay attention. It behooves us to get better. It behooves us to start to stay ahead of the game as much as possible, whenever it's possible, so we don't get caught stuck holding a bag like this here. Somebody in at 60, 30 bucks, 40, 50 bucks a share, and now the stock is sitting at $6 some change or $7 here. Man, that's that kind of stuff, right? That kind of stuff. All right. So again, we just got to be careful. So, I'm still holding some shares short in this. I still got some puts out there. I just been watch, rinse, repeating this trade for quite a while. I've done pretty decent off of it so far. In my put buys and my short value and just eating off of it. I'm feeding off all this. Unfortunately, all these bag holders up here. And every time they finally give up and cut their losses, it goes down a little more, right? And so, at some point, they're going to give, or somebody going to come out with some news to kind of try to exonerate these pigs, and it's going to try to rock it back up, right? But right now, the risk is more so on the bulls holding this than it is on the bears. The reward side is on the bears at this point. They definitely got this trade, in line to their value and their thesis at this point. Me being one of them. Let me put that out there for disclaimer. I'm shorting breaks off Kodak right now. Right?
Yeah, that would have been a nice look. That'd have been a nice lesson learned for me. One, I knew it was about to drop. I got out. It hit that six. That was the 60, right? I was like, "Whoop,
Yeah,
time to sell." I see that dude. It don't look like
yeah.
it's going too
That
far.
wick too was just like,
I
man,
learned
that's a
my lesson from I learned my lesson from you 1K one the
yeah,
urban
urban,
one.
yeah, urban one, yep,
Yes, indeed. I
urban
learned
one,
my lesson
Carver
from
Bank,
that
all
one.
them went to running.
Yep. I learned my lesson from that one. So when I see Kodak running, I say, "Oh yeah, this about to be another U1. Let me go and get up out of here."
Yeah, because it's just not logical. You know, you think about it. RS, look at the RSI. The RSI even telling you what's going on.
Yeah, when I looked
I
at
mean,
that
even if you
history,
come
I
down,
said, "Oh man, they don't even know if they can produce this. It's a pump and dump."
yeah, you know, way up here in stock, um, going up to $60 a share, whatever the case. I mean, RSI sitting up here at like near 100, like 95,
Right.
96 on the RSI. You got to be kidding me.
Hmm.
I
And
mean,
then
we know
they
this
had
stuff,
no money. When you look at their financials, they had no money. I'm like,
right?
oh, they didn't even get the money
Balance sheets
yet.
garbage. You know, they one or two products away from going under. I mean, couldn't make this stuff up. So all it was, they were just trying to resuscitate this company for being an old household American name. That community
Yeah.
obviously had vested interest in it because it's a Jewish community. You know, they were trying to throw them a bone, and they just did the
Ooh.
most obvious dumb junk ever, and getting all them shares and then cashing out like that. I mean, it just blatant, just I don't know.
But they could have waited though. They could have.
Of
They
course, and it
could have
still would have been
waited.
fine. It still would have been fine. Again, we just talked about that. That's what greed does for you. That
Yeah.
greed kicked in.
Yeah. They talk about us, but I think they got us beat.
Yeah, and then payday, and they say they thought they had a payday, and now they're being now they're under fire. They're literally under fire, literally. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll see how that turns out. Again, I still hold some positions in that. So yeah, definitely some key interests this week. Again, keep your eyes on Apple. Like I said, keep your eyes on Tesla. Again, this whole idea of this convalescent plasma, those type of stocks that we post in the back chat, keep your eyes on those. If he's going to name any specific company, y'all know how this stuff works. If he does name drop, you be ready to what? To get
Yep.
right come,
Boom.
pre-market Monday. I advise if that's the case, if you do name a company, if you go check out and your technical look good, I mean the stock might have been sitting at the point was getting ready to break out, whatever the case, you might have to set your alarm clock for 4 a.m. Monday morning. Ain't nothing wrong with doing that because this is what we do as investors and traders when we want to be the early bird to get the worm. You probably could be in that trade and out before everybody else come in and mess it up at 9:30. You may be out by 8, 6, or 7, right? On it spiking up. If that's
Right.
the case. If that's the case. All right. But that's what the opportunity always presents. Nonetheless, when you have moments like this, when the anticipation is building and you having this bottleneck effect, that's what it's all about. Or like you said earlier, it's kind of like a giving. They just telegraphing money, right? Putting you in the mindset where if you just follow everybody and you follow the right way, well, you should make some money because everything is surrounded around them. What? Being able to keep this market afloat, but also try to find something to deal with the coronavirus and everybody desperate.
Right.
So again, definitely worth paying attention to. Just to see, exactly what's going to come from this. So again, we got some companies. Again, again, I'm just looking to see who he gonna name drop. Right, whoever he name drop, again, be ready to rock and roll.
I'm surprised he taking this long. Normally he been slipped up.
But yeah, they're doing this strategically, right? Because no one, they trying to keep the futures market in anticipation. So when it opens up, it's gonna open up right at the time they're gonna get a press release. You couldn't make this stuff up. This is a time orchestrated pump. It's obvious that's what it is because he's doing it right at 6 o'clock when the futures market open up. Man, look.
Oh, he's doing it today?
Yeah, tonight at 6 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it in the group. I posted, and then it's on my Facebook page too. He's doing it tonight at 6 o'clock, right at the futures market opening. Either 30 minutes before or right at it.
Where my dollars at?
Right. So, again, that's him pumping. So, I'm not. I have the ability to trade the futures, but I'm not going to trade the futures in this. I'm gonna wait to see how that stuff work out because they could definitely gap it up and then pull the plug on it the same breath. Buy the rumor, sell the news.
Yep.
Right? So, And I got some things to do at some point, so I don't want to necessarily have to be sitting there 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours, right directly in front of the screen, making sure I don't get get clubbered, get clubbered lane, Mr. T style. But yeah, so we'll see again Monday at 4 a.m. Where this thing is going to settle. What's going to be the end result. But
Right.
Those companies, again, those are some of the companies. Keep your eye on them. ADMA, KMDA, TAK, CERS, Gryphos, X Biotech. Keep your eye on those. Those are some highly major players in the convalescent plasma side of the house. So, again, unless he throw out that Pfizer play with BioNTech, and because they do somewhat in that field to a degree too. Those are the ones you want to watch. All right, those are the ones you want to watch. And then any of the sympathy runners that may benefit from it too. Sympathy stocks will jump up and run right along with it, just for the for the aspect it's kind of somewhat within their field. Right,
Okay.
So that's about basically it, guys. Again, we just kind of did a quick little round robin, just to put something out there in the atmosphere. Hopefully it's positive. Hopefully, it was beneficial to some of you all. Again, this was more so about just appreciating, the family here as far as the channel scenario. Not necessarily planning just to go and do all this what we do, but I find it always valuable to put some out there. Right, when you go live, it could be benefiting, someone or behooving to someone. I find it just to be, just a portion of me giving back. So,
I got
get ready. Okay.
I got me a good discount from David. We start training tomorrow. Like, I'm gonna give you a discount because of the family. I say, woo, high five African Emporium.
I'm happy for you. Yeah, I'm excited too because again, that's what the network is all about, man. I keep saying your network determines your net worth, and our network could be in a myriad of different type of values and payouts, right? And so, again, the strength of that is that people need to kind of look out for one another, right? And that's what it's supposed to be about. That's what it's supposed to be about, looking out for one another. Because again, you ain't getting it nowhere else like to that level. Right?
What? And he getting them. I get a smoothie from him every Saturday and Sunday. The CMOS smoothie, man. He comes there about 25, 50. He killing it. He finished about a couple hours. Then he go train somebody. I be like, what are you doing? He's like, I went train somebody, girl. I hustle every.
You go. Yeah, getting out there grinding. And so that's again that's powerful. That's I mean, what you guys are doing. Period. Just in that in that space, and networking and just again being the owner, your own owner operator orchestrator of your own reality. In terms of business, I mean that's awesome.
Yeah, got a homie right next to me. He built his little hot dog machine. Selling hot dogs in this area. It's wasn't all that great except for that one company Sanders, but they no longer open. That's like a New York, Philly, Jersey type thing. And man, he got his car, man, they be lined up. He be hooking it up. I said, man, this reminds me of being on the streets of New York. They got all kind of different kind of hot dogs.
Yeah.
He came, you find the market for it. Everybody
street cart vendors.
Yep. No cart vendor, yep. Let's see, yep. He came and killed it. So this one white guy walked up to him. He was like, I've been trying to find a hot dog cart. Is it worth it? So I was looking at Jay like, oh, he's trying to cut in on your business.
Right.
He said you making them lines be long every weekend. But hey, you gotta have a nit for what you do. He make his own homemade chili and bring out his sauerkraut and all that other extra stuff.
Look at that.
I'm not
That's how you do it.
He said, I'm not worried about it. You gotta be good. And then he always bring a little something extra like fish or do an extra meal. So like those of us who have vendor spots, we always pay for a different type of meal. So he be trying to test the waters to see what he gonna break out next. He said, man, I'm not worried about him. He can go ahead. I got my
right. That's exactly what it is. Consistency always, keep you in business, and profitable.
Right.
Because again, once you establish that niche or that niche, and you begin to build that base, of clientele, people who look out for you, not so much just the fact that you got good food, because they know that you solid in your practices.
Yeah.
People like to reward you for that, right?
Yep.
And so that in itself is also commended. You don't lose nobody because of that. Even if that guy do bring out another hot dog, they might just be a smidgen even a little bit better. People say, no, what? And I'm still gonna go with so and so, right?
Right.
Because I know him, he's solid. He's trustworthy. He established the continuity. He's here. That kind of y'all get it. But that's the kind of stuff I love about good work ethic and good business habits. That you treat people, or you offer to them your best. Don't be trying to get on this mediocre side of you and expect that they're just supposed to show up and patronize your business. That's not how life works.
Exactly.
And especially in the Black community, we have a hard time realizing that you can't take that kind of mentality and think you're just going to be a successful business. Right. We have to upgrade that customer service. You have to upgrade your customer service. I repeat, you have to upgrade your customer service.
Yeah. When Eric Thomas came and spoke at our paparazzi conference, he said, are y'all selling jewelry? And we was like, yeah. He said, some of y'all been to tables and we all be going live. And you're like, is they really trying to get customers? Because y'all look horrible.
Right.
I was laughing when I would be at the flea market. This lady, when they come up, they be like, I know a lot of people that sell this jewelry, but they are never this neat. Oh my God, your display is so nice. It's like, you know what, I'm gonna buy it because it's always getting really good compliments on how I set up, and then I always switch it up, to the area to catch the eye. You gotta have that little draw. Yeah, presentation is big. And they're like, yeah, Mo always got her stuff neat and tight. Yeah, because I'm trying to make a sale. I'm not trying, nobody pass me by. It's enough the Korean guy across from me selling all that darn gold. He's gonna kill it. I said, boy, if I knew where he got that little cheap gold from, I'd go get me some too. But I say I stick to my, it's like, yeah, I gotta be tight because he over there, he enticing them with the gold. I got the costume jewelry, so I gotta make mine look really nice. I switch it up.
But that's literally what it takes. And so, the more you consistent at it, the more people see you for that. And then, like the other guy that sells, sell other little hot dogs, whatever, he's slowly but surely, inducing other things into the business fold. That's how you do. You slowly but slowly roll something else out. You slowly but surely roll this out, and then you just kind of keep building out your portfolio, building out your stand, building out your, and before you know it, you getting, multiple ways you can get, get a little bag. So to me, that's exciting.
Definitely, and he's so neat. Everything is so neat around. Got his gloves, got his mask. You got the restaurant, everything's all. He wiped down his stuff. He sprayed. Even a lady with her Italian ice machine shoes. After she do a customer, she sprayed down with her Clorox Lysol, wiped down her stuff. Put her gloves on. I was like, that's why her station stay busy.
Yep, people want to see that. They want to feel, secure. Again, it's the little stuff like that that should be no brainer. Some people struggle with the idea to even think at that level. That shows you that they hadn't got there quite yet. They don't understand what it really means to be, customer service orientated, and in all the environments, especially when people are watching that, and they want to see, these things coming to fruition. And as tough as it is already for a lot of businesses because they're shut down, that got brick and mortars, they got major bills, and they can't afford. So that's a plus, out there, your overhead is what?
Right? Zero.
See what I'm saying? So again, it's a no, I keep saying it's a no brainer. So why would you push back against trying to be the best you, right? I've always been that kind of person where I'm always going to give you my very best that I can when I'm in a position to. I don't believe in have a slack work ethic. Right, I just not in me. I have never been that way. And people been around, they can tell you that all throughout my life. That people have known me. They go like, that's just not in this wheelhouse. You don't think that way. You met somebody, my college roommate. You met David. Now they'll tell you that's just how I am. I've always been that way.
And so he be on his thing. I was like, yep. Because he calls you Willis. I was like, yep. I said he always on point too. I said, boy, you be hustling. I see the circle roll deep.
Yeah, and like minds attract, and so you always gonna be in those type of circles because again, steel sharpens steel, and from that, again, growth is inevitable. It's inevitable at that point.
Yeah, I be going all over. I was tired. I live in Lexington, so catch me on the way back from Columbia, going back to your house. Let's get this training. The goal is to get off these darn devices and let's make it happen.
Right. You know, so he
So
dealing in the
yeah.
same, bro. Health is wealth. The same
Yep.
initiative. Again, you know, that's what it's going to take. Again, because he's already been an entrepreneur mindset. He morphed his businesses, his brand. Again, you already understand the value in that out the gate. You know, I just, you know, it's going to be a great, you know, merger between you guys in that perspective, and how beneficial it could be. You know, so
Yeah.
I
I
love
can't
it.
wait. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm ready. I'm ready to get it going. So hey. Yeah. The
And you already
mindset.
know we got you. So if you need any of that other stuff, we there to backstop you. You already know we there to
Yeah.
backstop you. So you know
Yeah.
he got the smoothie right on hand. If you need the actual mouse too to make your own in the house sometime, we got you there. You know, any other
Yeah.
stuff that for
Yeah, I gotta learn how to whip it up like y'all do. So I just buy his. You like
yeah,
I just
again, yeah, you know, it ain't. Yeah, I'm with you. You know, because again, the convenience always is the greatest catch, and and you know it's gonna be done the right way because again, this is a person who live it.
yeah, because they
He ain't
do
just
it.
making
Yeah,
money. You know what I'm saying? He live
exactly.
it.
Yeah, I mean he be having all different kinds. He mango and peach, strawberry, and this and that.
Same way like I used to do mine back in the day because you didn't get a
For
chance,
real,
you know,
you be
obviously meet
sipping
me
that too.
personally, but that's how I started. You know, I started like that. I was taking care of like Dr. Small, Baba Small. I
Oh
used to do all them
wow.
events up there in New Jersey, New York. Man, my little stand always was the biggest seller. You know, the biggest. I should say it was the biggest seller in almost every event.
Man, that's
I used to clean
awesome.
up the sea moss gel, the sea moss already in the packs, the sea moss smoothies, the sour sauce drinks,
That's what I
elixirs. I
want.
had
That's what
those.
I want. But after
I
they
used to have
close,
all, and then you know the products and everything else. Man, my table
look.
always stayed busy. And I remember the last event the second to last event I did with Barbara Small, James Small. We was in Trenton, New Jersey, right? At the Uhuru House or the Yusha Village,
Yeah.
excuse me. And I put my table right next to his. No, well, he said, I'm going to come put my table next to yours because you got all this business up here. And he put his table near mine. He told me one day, pull my table up there near his. And then, you know, I got to talking to him. I knew him before that, but and then I found, you know, he found out or, you know, whatever, that he may be related to my Ilba, right? Because, you know, both of them come from Georgetown. And,
Right.
you know, her mother last name is Small, is his Small. And it's like, oh, man, Corswell. So, you know, whatever. Got a number. He got her number. He got his number. Whatever. Long story short. But anyway, I ended up giving a copper bracelet that night because you know he was hurting a little bit. But yeah, so again, that's all it is. You know, work ethic, showmanship.
You know, I have one of my friends. Well, her friend drank. His wife was from I want to say Nigeria, Kenya, somewhere, and he had was diagnosed with some stage of cancer, but she gave him sour sop and I know y'all don't beat me up because but anyways, he drank that sour sop twice a day, and when he was going through his chemo recovery, whatever, he recovered so
Faster.
well.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! And so,
I always tell people I don't make excuses for nature. There's other people out there that do that and they got a problem with nature, right? Because if nature ain't synthesized, it don't make sense to them, which is just ludicrous to even think that. Because I say if that's the case, why you eat natural foods then? Right? If that's the case, just go get you a synthetic meal plan or some of that and just take that. Because again, you say, well, it's not logical. Of course not. So why are you going to sit here and say that nature can't be, you know, sufficient in its natural state? Right? Yeah, there's other help meats too in terms of synthesized medicine, but it's just not logical to convince somebody who's been living off the land forever that what they've been doing thus far has been served them is wrong when nature is undefeated.
Do you sell the sour sop drink?
Not anymore, but I need to get back to doing it, you know, because obviously my whole scenario got, you know, and on that side, in terms of the SARS side, got a little messed up because behind the coronavirus. Because I was just finna start to get back to doing it because I keep CMOS because I have, you know, solid vendors in that. Right. But the sour sop, you know, I had to kind of, you know, go through this process but I'm gonna get back to doing it because the way I did mine, you know, I did mine like, like a real health boost, right? Or immune boost.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to do mine with organic coconut water,
Mm-hmm.
right? Again, obviously no any kind of
No sugar.
hard or rough hard sugar. I didn't do none. I use all natural.
Mhm.
Far as that, so either date sugar or coconut sugar for the aspect of the sweetener, which is very minimum, and then I added sea moss to mine, right?
Ooh,
On
I
top
bet
of that.
Ooh.
And so a lot of my clients that were in Delaware, Wilmington, all that area up in there, parts of Maryland, Ellicott City, Edgewood, Baltimore, even some parts of DC, Philadelphia, near Atlantic City. I had clients all up in there. I was all over the place. Every weekend, man, look, that little white acre used to be all everywhere. Again, that's how I met Garfield, because I was telling him how, whatever. And so I used to hit up them salons, barbershop businesses, and next thing you know, we talk about financial literacy and we talk about health. And I sell out, basically all my drinks get sold out quick, and then they'll buy my little products, African stuff, my natural products, whatever, so but yeah, so I got to get back to at least that aspect of it too.
Well, if you ever do that one, I never asked David if he did soursop. I ask him tomorrow. I
He
definitely want.
make it happen. Again, in this environment, mine got messed up because of that, but I'm pretty sure, I mean, the soursop trees ain't stopped, producing. It just a lot of people's supply chains and stuff got messed up, you know what I'm saying, because of it. And and people kind of got, they kind of off their way. They square because of this coronavirus. So it ain't gonna take them long to get back pumping. Once everything smooths itself out. And we had the one sister that that's all she did. She just go down to Jamaica and buy boatloads of soursop fruit itself and come back to America and just sell them all over the country.
Oh wow!
And so that was one of my plugs. So she actually as well. A few people know in the circles that know her. We know who she is. And one of those kind of scenarios. So
yeah,
but yeah, so
that's what I used to miss about Sinetta events. When you went down, the vendors, man, you could get, oh man, everybody had just so much stuff, and they would sell out. I just thought that was like the most beautiful thing.
Yeah, I agree. And I've done a lot of them, going back as far as like in the Chromatic Armageddon War Conference, just being in those scenarios. And man, I didn't get a chance to even work that one because I was gonna work it. Matter of fact, because I was gonna set my table up next to Ron. You probably don't know if you know Ron Green. Ron Green was the guy to make the shirts. What's up, African?
Yeah.
I've been doing stuff with that dude for a long time. People didn't even know that. Me and Ron go back. Wow. We were doing an old Barbara Ashrock crazy shows together, events together.
I was going to his in Charleston.
Yeah, man, me and Ron been around for. I watched that brother grow his business the same way. And now he's just taking it further and further and further now. And we're talking about well over 5 or 6 plus years. He then took that business to the next level.
Yeah.
So I came up with a lot of them guys. A lot of people didn't even know who I was. I've been around for a minute in them little circles. And
you was in the middle of, he's like, look, African Emporium. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, he was right there in the middle.
Yeah. Young Unc. I say young Unc, meaning for people really, really start really rocking hard. Unc been around for a minute now. Get it twisted. But before he really started getting outside of that Atlanta scene, he started getting more, coverage in New York and all that. That when, that's when I call him young Unc then. But I was right there when Young Pharaoh came up. I was literally right there at the inception of Young Pharaoh coming up.
You was right there in the thing. What because when I think about vending now, well, it's more of the products and us selling. But I remember, going just events in Louisiana. I was all about food, but not good food.
Right now it's like, oh no, you finna get some of the the kale chips. you finna get all this exotic stuff that you consider to be exotic, but it's just more what you've been eating anyway. It's natural and whole foods, and you get to be exposed to it. That's the greatest thing about this type of events. You get exposure to things that you had not before. It changes your whole perspective. And the knowledge that comes behind it.
I was ready for the Bayou Classic this year, honey, because I was like, oh yeah, I know who I'm bringing with me. We gonna make a killing down here because ain't nothing on listen, ain't nothing on the street of Canal Street during that time is healthy.
Right. Everything gonna be greasy,
Turkey legs and
greasy or rich. That's all it is. That's the only two greases you getting in that. It's gonna be extra greasy or very rich, and the
very
eggs and butter and milks and everything else. In the
yes.
discussion,
And we
or some
going
good
down the
seafood. That's about the only thing. You get some
see
good
my
seafood.
smoothies or whatever. We gonna straight
Right.
up. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
The
So
COVID gonna let us be great. Mhm.
that's how you do it, though. Seriously, you just gotta, go into those areas where there's a lack thereof, where you can see a business, proposition doing pretty well. Again, you pre-warn your clientele before you get there, get your word of mouth out. We got somebody bringing some health stuff. Right now, everybody concerned with what? Health, right? So my CMOS been pumping, right?
Mhm.
I've been pushing so much CMOS, and rightfully so, and I'm happy for that too, because of the fact I know people
Yeah.
can benefit from it. It's not so much just to order to sell, because I
Yep.
sell it pretty much at peanut pricing for what the market value really is saying is worth.
Mhm.
But I don't care about that. I care about people's value and being able to have it.
Yeah.
And
Man,
so
I get to getting fit like David. I say this boy is doing push-ups and bouncing off the ground. Lord, I don't know the last time I was able to do that. Maybe in basic
they go back to green suit days,
basic
your early
training.
days. Right? That's it.
Ooh,
That's
I was
it.
like, wow, okay, I see it shining, but we gonna make it happen. Let's get it going. Mhm.
And
Yeah,
that's all it takes. It's the motivation, it's the confidence. And then again, the rest is just the consistency, right? That obviously depending upon, you being
right.
able to, because it's mental. A lot of it's mental. It's not like you've done it before, haven't done before. You come from
Oh
an
yeah,
athletic background,
right,
and anybody that has an athletic background understand regimen like none other,
right,
because you had to go through it to complete at a certain level of excellence. Right?
right,
Basketball, football, track, baseball, I did all those things coming up to like anybody else. Then went in the military, so it was a
right.
given. Military was
Yes.
nothing when it came to the physical. Right? It was just all about
Yeah,
dealing
that
with
was
all the
easy.
craziness. The physical was on lock. I had that out the gate. Ran track,
Look,
all that.
I've been to two separate colleges, the predominant white and the predominant black. So even the people was easy for me. I was already
Yeah.
ready. I was
So the environments
cakewalk.
were just conducive for growth. That stays with you for a lifetime, no matter what. At
Oh
some
yeah.
point you might have hit a little bridge and kind of, had to go through something, and and you say your health might have got away from you a little bit, but it ain't nothing to bring it back. Because you know what you got to do. That's the one thing about it. You know what it takes. I like
Right.
somebody that just really never had a regimen in the beginning, and they gonna struggle harder because they just
Right.
live the life of just whatever. It is what it is. That kind of scenario. I'm gonna die from something one day. Them type. I'm like,
No,
okay,
I
well, go
can't
ahead and
stand that.
kick the
Oh,
bucket
I
now.
ain't trying to
Liquidate your
die
assets. Let me
today.
get them. Let me work with your assets. I'll put it in work.
Yes, for real. I said, let's go, let's work. I'm ready, I'm ready. He said, yeah, I can see you guys straight. You just gotta get. I was like, listen, I got all the stuff in the garage. Let's make it happen. So we got a
Yeah.
plan for 5 days a week. Even though I'm gonna start with two of them, but we're gonna have the plans for the other days so that I can stay on point. But once we get rolling, what now? It won't take long, or what. Sometimes it's just a
Right.
matter. I was like, it's not like I need somebody. It's just that I just need somebody because I'm not gonna do it by myself. Not with the injury. I do a little bit, but I ain't gonna do the max to make the results. And I need the results.
Gotcha.
That's the difference.
So that help me comes in the hand. Comes handy. It
Yes,
comes
by
handy at
far.
that point.
Yeah, because I'm like, they're like, oh, Mo, you don't need nobody. Oh, yes, I do. You understand? I get in there. So instead of me, so I got my little desk elliptical. So instead of me probably maxing out of the potential I could, I'd probably just be cruising and be like, oh, I did my 40 minutes or whatever. And it's just bare minimum results. But if I know somebody with me, oh, I'm gonna be pumping it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get the
Right.
results, I'm gonna be sweating, I'm gonna be making it go. You know, but
That's
shoot,
it.
it
That
just comes
motivation.
in
Ain't
easy.
nothing like
Yep.
again motivation.
Yeah.
I mean,
And what
somebody's there.
happened was my workout partners they didn't have the mental with it. I'm like, man, how can I be more motivated than you? You're the one moving around. So you know
Right.
what? I don't want to work out. And so this lady in my neighborhood, she trains and she offered. to train me, and I told her no. I was like, I don't need no girl training me because I'm gonna outdo you, and we ain't gonna make it. I need a guy. I gotta have somebody more advanced and stronger than me, and you're not gonna miss. She was like, "You serious?" I said, "Yes, I'm serious. I ain't crazy. I know better. I'll be leading your training. I'll be out here with all of y'all. I'll be leading your training. And I'm the one that's injured. No, we're not gonna. Let me get somebody who's a little bit more dominant."
Well, that's it. You know,
That's not good work. But yeah.
you're gonna take it to the next level. I'm already knowing that you are. You know, and definitely get out of it what is necessary for you. Because again, a person like that, he stand by his, his brand, and if you want, again, using it from that perspective, he stands by it. So
Yeah.
I know he good people. Like I said, that I ain't got to say it, but from just meeting him yourself, you can kind of see where he at. He's solid.
Yep. It was like, okay, man. I said, well, I know Brother African Emporium, and you've been consistent and unwavering since a few years. So I don't suspect he would tell me to connect with you if he wouldn't think that you're good people. So we're gonna roll with. And besides, my shot group is tight, so I'm not I'm not scared. It was like, what?
Yeah.
I always have to let them know in the beginning. Hey,
Right.
Don't be afraid. Hey, I ain't afraid.
That's it.
Don't let the injury fool you. I learned well in combat.
Yeah, I told him, I said, you're dealing with a corporate woman. She's definitely, solid in that. Just like anybody, that little extra boost, in terms of that networking will be monumental for you both. And in that case, that kind of symbiotic, boost for both. So I'm excited for you.
I may have another person who needs to train too. So everybody waiting for me. I'm like, shoot, y'all should join me. We can get this thing done together.
Right, which is the best way, because that's what people are doing right now under COVID. They're clicking up. That's why the online, health courses and classes are kicking off right now, because everybody can't just bombard Planet Fitness, all that stuff no more. And at this point at least, so those little home-based fitness, man, these people have been getting it.
I know.
And before that, they were getting thinned out a little bit because of the big conglomerate gyms and all that. Now that pendulum then swung just because of this virus, and then right back to the homegrown people, and that's who make it doing good though. The personal trainers, all those people, they doing really good.
Yep, all the and I would have rather been outside anyway. You got the parks and things of that nature.
Right, fresh air, better eco for your, for your fauna and again everything that comes along with that. The air and all that stuff. Some old stale square box building and dust in there, sweating. Again, it works, but for the most part, you get no better than being out in nature, at any aspect.
So with that being said, what about? So what if any fitness or not fitness, but fitness stock companies out there that is kind of progressed or doing pretty good?
No, just the basic. Again, the most again, we say best in breed at this point that's publicly traded. The first thing gonna come to mind is the most household names you could think about, because there's such a small sect, right? In terms of market. When you think about it from that, just a pure play on, athletic, gyms or things of that nature. They actually have real estate too. Then of course, it's going to be, Planet Fitness. Now, again, Go Gym was, but they've been knocked off at this point from that perspective. So Planet Fitness, again, they just had earnings not too long ago, and they called a bid, and they didn't let it drop, even though they missed, but they kept it up. Yeah, Planet Fitness, yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been speaking about. Well, I have spoken about it again. You know how it goes. You can't catch them all sometimes when you think about it.
Yeah.
But for me, again, when you've seen so many of them, you're like, okay, yep, this one, that one. And so it caught a little bit, and it's still kind of still trying to make a move at this point. And because again, it's like anything, it's waiting on what, the vaccine backstop. That's why they refuse to let it drop. Right, they will not let it drop the way that it should be dropping.
It sure ain't.
And so if you look at it, you check, you probably checking
Yeah,
it
I'm
out.
looking at it. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It went up and crashed around 7-8 off the, from the came off the the March lows, crashed around about 80 bucks actually, and pulled back. Now it's just in that consolidation chop zone area around that same level of support around about 55, give or take, low point around about 49 bucks, then sitting up around some resistance around about 57-ish, somewhere around there. So again, if it breaks above that linear regression around about 60, it could easily find itself trying to trend back up. So again, this news tonight, right? The type of news like this kind of stuff that moves this kind of stock.
Okay.
Right? Because again, it's just hope for what?
Yeah.
People being able to get back to normal. So stocks that are highly beat up that need the vaccine to really help their business, this is stuff that they depend on. American Airlines, Carnival Cruise Line, Royal Caribbean, North Region, those types, AMC, theater type companies. They're actually trying to go live September the 3rd.
Yeah.
But they tried it. They tried it and it didn't work out so well. Not even to try it again on September the 3rd. So AMC movie theater, Regal Cinemas, what's the CarMax? That's another one that's publicly traded. IMAX. Again, like I said, these gym companies like these, adult recreational, Dave and Buster's. I've been talking about Dave and Buster's for forever. Definitely keep Dave and Buster's on your radar, because when they get a vaccine, that stock gonna rocket, right? Because it's more adult based too. Chuck E. Cheese couldn't help, couldn't hang out. They folded, went bankrupt. So, yeah, so they done for, and let's see if there's somebody buy them out, or they come back and do something else. Who knows? But all those kind of stocks, you just gotta keep them on your radar, for that reason. So, but yeah, so in saying that, I want to do this real quick. Why, we got 30 minutes before the futures market open up. Since I guess we already hung out this long, my goal to be done, a lot earlier. But you know how this stuff go. Once you get going, you get going.
Yep.
And time kind of pulls by. So let's do this real quick. Now, and I say this in terms of market value, market sentiment, things of that nature. In terms of what you need to kind of be looking at, or how you interpret news or data, from different aspects or thoughts. Again, y'all know I've been talking about gold for a while too. So definitely a person, who says that, or thinks that gold is definitely a great force to have, in or around your portfolio, and how important that is. I guess just in general. So if I could here, let me see if I can find this. It's just a little excerpt from Kitco, because I follow Kitco a lot, obviously, because of the fact that they are pretty much a premier house when it comes to the whole issue surrounding gold. All right, so let me do this real quick here. It's just a soundbite. Obviously, I'm not going to show the actual thing. I'm just going to use the audio. So I don't want them coming at me crazy, trying to flag me and all that. With that craziness they be doing. All right, so let me do this here. Just kind of getting you an idea of what's going on in the overall broader market in terms of some people who understand how this stuff works, right? Some different perspectives. All right, so I want to share this with the family. Excuse me. Let me go over here, change this to... hold up, this and this to here. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, yeah, there we go. Change my microphone stuff so I can play this little sound bite here. I think it's like about 15 minutes, 14 to 15 minute long. But this particular gentleman here, George, is he's solid. So hold up, okay, hold up.
The administration is also closely monitoring Hurricane Marco and Tropical Storm Laura, which are coming in rapidly. Hurricane Marco is expected to make landfall in Louisiana tomorrow, and Tropical Storm Laura is expected to hit Louisiana 2 days later. This is somewhat unprecedented, the scope of the storms, and also the fact that they come so quickly after one another. Both storms have the potential of gathering strength before they make landfall and could cause significant damage across the Gulf Coast and also in Puerto Rico. We have everybody stationed and ready to go in Puerto Rico and the Gulf Coast. And we have tremendous people. We have FEMA is lined up. We have the Coast Guard ready. The Coast Guard has done a fantastic job. They do such good work, and we want to thank our great Coast Guard. I'm asking all Americans in the storm's path to follow the instructions of your state and local governments very closely. And I've approved emergency declarations for Puerto Rico and for Louisiana. FEMA is mobilized on the ground and is ready to help. They will be in there very quickly, very, very quickly. And I spoke to Governor John Bell Edwards also of Louisiana, and I've informed him, and at his request also, a major disaster declaration is signed and ready to go. We have everybody ready in Puerto Rico, the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, and also on the forest fires in California. So we have a great team. Unfortunately, we have some very, very powerful natural disasters. On the therapeutics front, this is what I've been looking to do for a long time. This is a great thing. Today, I'm pleased to make a truly historic announcement in our battle against the China virus that will save countless lives. The FDA has issued an emergency use authorization, and that's such a powerful term, emergency use authorization for a treatment known as convalescent plasma. This is a powerful therapy that transfuses very, very strong antibodies from the blood of recovered patients to help treat patients battling a current infection. It's at an incredible rate of success. Today's action will dramatically expand access to this treatment. And I want to thank Dr. Hahn and Secretary Azar. I want to thank the FDA, all of the people that have been working very hard on this. It showed tremendous potential. This is the only possible, and it's only made possible because of Operation Warp Speed. That is everybody working together. We're years ahead of approvals we would be if we went by the speed levels of past administration. We'd be 2 years, 3 years behind where we are today. And that includes in vaccines that you'll be hearing about very soon, very shortly. To deliver treatments and vaccine to save lives, we're removing unnecessary barriers and delays, not by cutting corners, but by marshaling the full power of the federal government. We provided $48 million to fund the Mayo Clinic study that tested the efficacy of convalescent plasma for patients with the virus. Through this study, over 100,000 Americans have already enrolled to receive this treatment, and it has proven to reduce mortality by 35%. It's a tremendous number. The FDA, MIT, Harvard, and Mount Sinai Hospital have also found convalescent plasma to be a very effective method of fighting this horrible disease. Based on the science and the data, the FDA has made the independent determination that the treatment is safe and very effective. Recently, we provided up to $270 million to the American Red Cross and America's Blood Centers to support the collection of up to 360,000 units of plasma. In late July, we launched a nationwide campaign to ask patients who have recovered, and these are patients that have been incredible the way they've donated. But these are people recovered from the virus to donate plasma. Since then, weekly plasma donations have doubled. And today I once again urge all Americans who have recovered from the virus to go to coronavirus.gov and sign up and donate plasma today, please. It's been really an incredible people. The country has united so strongly behind us, and I'll go over the numbers, but if you look at what's happened and the success that we've had that people don't talk about, the United States has experienced the lowest case fatality rate of any major country in the world. You don't hear that. The European Union's case fatality rate is estimated to be 3 times higher than that in the United States.
This is a sham.
Europe has seen 33% more fatalities compared to a typical non-pandemic year.
So I mean, this is the same stuff Trump's already been doing.
I just want to ask two of our people that have done such a fantastic job.
This is desperate. This is very desperate.
Azar and Stephen Hahn to say a few words. And Stephen, I want to thank you because the FDA really stepped up, and especially over the last few days in getting this done.
This is a desperate move by him. This is a nothing.
I think you'll see the results even go up very substantially. So we appreciate it. And maybe I'll ask Alex to go first and then Stephen. Thank you very much, Alex.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks for the bold leadership that allowed us to deliver this very happy news today. Thanks to your all of America approach, America has done more than any other country to expand the arsenal that we have to battle COVID-19. And thanks to early efforts by your administration, Americans have broader access to these treatments, including convalescent plasma, than patients anywhere else in the world. In early April, early in our fight against COVID-19, the FDA, BARDA, the Mayo Clinic, and other partners sprang into action to set up an expanded access protocol for this promising treatment. President Trump is the right to try president, and he's fought hard to ensure that Americans can have access to promising COVID-19 treatments. Convalescent plasma has been a tried and true therapeutic method in prior outbreaks, but the president wanted to ensure that we develop the data to support its use, and this FDA authorization is one result of that effort. The data we gathered suggests that patients who were treated early in their disease course, within 3 days of being diagnosed, with plasma containing high levels of antibodies, benefited the most from treatment. We saw about a 35% better survival in the patients who benefited most from the treatment, which were patients under 80 who were not on artificial respiration. I just want to emphasize this point because I don't want you to gloss over this number. We dream in drug development of something like a 35% mortality reduction. This is a major advance in the treatment of patients. This is a major advance. Convalescent plasma is one new tool that we've added to our arsenal against COVID-19, alongside remdesivir, steroids, and a number of other promising options currently being studied. Because of the president's Operation Warp Speed, we expect to have other new results and new options reaching patients as soon as this fall. Operation Warp Speed is supporting experimental therapeutics all the way through to manufacturing so that if they meet FDA's gold standard for safety and efficacy, they can begin reaching patients without a day wasted. Americans who have tested positive for and recovered from COVID-19 can go to coronavirus.gov to find out a quick, convenient way to play a potentially life-saving role in our fight. Know if you donate plasma, you could save a life. We've also provided guidance so healthcare providers can contact patients who have recovered from COVID-19 and give them information on how they can donate. So thank you again, Mr. President, for supporting this remarkable progress against COVID-19. And I want to thank Dr. Hahn, Dr. Marks, and the entire team at the FDA for the speed with which they've approached this, the diligence to ensure that this meets the standards at FDA. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Hahn if it's okay, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. It's good to be here today to announce FDA's recent decision. From the beginning of this pandemic, the president has asked FDA to cut back red tape to try to speed medical products into the hands of providers, patients, and American consumers. And I just want to echo the president's thanks to the more than 17,000 men and women who work at FDA. They have worked day and night to, in fact, do that. So plasma is the liquid portion of the blood. That liquid portion contains the natural immunity that someone develops in response to an infection, in this case, COVID-19. And that liquid portion can be extracted, and for many years, as the President and Secretary Azar said, it's been given to patients with infectious diseases for more than 100 years. So there was a really good rationale for why this might work. And in fact, as was mentioned, in early April, an expanded access program was started at the Mayo Clinic with the support of the federal government under President Trump's leadership. And that has gone on for the last 4 months. More than 90,000, close to 100,000 Americans have enrolled in this program, and over 70,000 have received treatment. This is one of the largest expanded access programs in the history of FDA, so a very successful approach to evaluating how convalescent plasma would work. So in the independent judgment of experts and expert scientists at FDA, who have reviewed the totality of data, not just the data from this expanded access program, but more than a dozen published studies, as well as the historical experience associated with this. Those scientists have concluded that COVID-19 convalescent plasma is safe and shows promising efficacy, thereby meeting the criteria for an emergency use authorization. In the optimal treatment of the optimal patients, as described by Secretary Azar, treated with convalescent plasma at the highest titers, there was a 35% improvement in survival, which is a significant clinical benefit. Now we're waiting for more data. We're going to continue to gather data, but this clearly meets the criteria that we've established for emergency use authorization, and we're very pleased with these results. So let me just put this in perspective. Many of you know I was a cancer doctor before I became FDA commissioner, and a 35% improvement in survival is a pretty substantial clinical benefit. What that means is, if the data continue to pan out, 100 people who are sick with COVID-19, 35 would have been saved because of the administration of plasma. We've seen a great deal of demand for this from doctors around the country, and what this EUA does, the EUA emergency use authorization today does, it allows us to continue that and meet the demand. And again, I want to echo the President's and the Secretary's ask of the American people: if you've recovered from COVID-19, please donate. It could save a life. And Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I appreciate it. Okay, any questions?
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first ask you about the COVID-19 drugs that are in phase 3. Are they going to be available to the American population? You and I have talked previously about this idea of right to try, right? Can we assure the American people that if it's being studied and it's in phase 3, you have that right?
You know, it's a great question, and I'm not sure a lot of people have been thinking about right to try. We're all waiting for the final answer, and maybe I could ask Stephen, but I would say that right to try is exactly if somebody is virtually terminal, in other words, they're not going to make it, and if we have these incredible therapies and drugs that are happening, Alex, I think it's a very interesting question. I congratulate you for that question, because I think we're all waiting for that exact final endpoint. What about that, Stephen? We have all of these great, seemingly great answers that are ready to come out, but because of the process it takes, can we use some of this early under right to try, please?
So it's a really good question. And of course, it all depends on the clinical circumstances and what a doctor and a patient together decide with respect to the administration of any agent. But if you think about what happened with convalescent plasma and the expanded access program, this is exactly what happened. This program, so we have ongoing clinical trials that are randomized between placebo or an inactive substance and the convalescent plasma. While that was going on, we knew that there was great demand from patients and doctors. The expanded access program is a way of actually doing that, and fits perfectly with what the President just said about allowing people to be able to use something that we have now determined to be very safe.
I think it's something we have to really consider very strongly. Yes, sir. I think it's fantastic. You should get credit for that. Thank you. Thank you. That's very good. Please go back. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Convalescent plasma as a treatment has been around for 100 years. You mentioned Operation Warp Speed, which enabled this process to move along a lot faster. What went into the effort for this to be approved for COVID-19, and was that hold up political in nature?
Well, I think that there might have been a hold up, but we broke the logjam over the last week, to be honest. I think that there are people in the FDA and actually in your larger department that can see things being held up and wouldn't mind so much. It's my opinion, a very strong opinion, and that's for political reasons. This has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with life and death. So we are being very strong, and we are being very forthright, and we have got some incredible answers, and we're not going to let them be held up, because every day is lives, and we're not going to let that happen. Okay? Very good. Thank you.
Mr. President, In announcing this today, he said that the FDA has made the independent determination that the treatment is safe and very effective. Yet Dr. Hahn just said it was showing promising efficacy. So which of the two is correct?
Well, I think I'll let Dr. Hahn answer that question.
So under our legal authority for emergency use authorization, this is not the same as an approval, but it's an authorization and allows us to expand the access to this. And our data, we know we're going to continue to collect data. We knew that for all of our emergency use authorizations. So for example, remdesivir, which was approved or authorized on May 1st, we're still collecting data, and we will continue to do that with plasma as well. So it's the nuances of the language around the authorization that we use in the legal aspect.
It's a promising treatment. It's not, you couldn't say it's very effective just yet.
So I would say that if you're one of those 35 out of 100 people who these data suggest or show survive as a result of it, this is pretty significant for that person and their family.
Okay. This is a very big day. It's a day we've been looking forward to. Thank you very much. Great question.
Was there pressure on you, Dr. Hahn, to authorize this? Mr. Dr. Hahn, could you answer that question? Authorize this. You didn't answer the question. Let me answer the question.
And just like that, couldn't make this stuff up. We already pre-game planned this, and the end result is basically what it was. It's, I mean, typical, pump and dump Sunday playbook. When the catalysts have ran dry, you have nothing else left. What do? Come out here and reiterate the same stuff that's already in play, a lot of stuff that's already been downplayed, force the hand of the health officials to acquiesce to your iron fist mandate, even though we know that this is nothing new, nothing groundbreaking, nothing substantial. It's just more. I'm sorry. It's more of the same, what we already have known to a degree for those who follow it. But under this so-called, again, this mandate, right, or this nuanced report, it's just going to try to influence or infuse liquidity into that more of the market optimist, right? Because who benefits from this? Anybody that's already dang near, on life support in the hospital, have they not been getting already these same somewhat treatments to a degree? Right? Does it make the American people who have not possibly contracted the virus yet, or who may have just got it, feel any better than the science that's already been put out there to this degree? Again, you heard him say, if they can just get 35% efficacy level readouts, to them, that's like larger than life, 35%. And they already said that the vaccine is not going to be no more than 50% to 60 to 70% effective, if that. So it's going to be a crapshoot. They batting at 50% on an effective vaccine. Let that marinate. 50 to 70 at most %. And they want you to line up to take it. Not saying that you shouldn't. Make your own decision. Y'all all adults, do what's good for you. But I'm just going strictly off the data. I'm speaking strictly on the data. This whole press release was just a nothing burger to kind of backtrack or redact the statements or the confusion in his mind. But the conflict was more of a conflict that the FDA and the CDC was working in tandem behind his back to slow the progress of the vaccine, studies and this, that, and the third. That's ludicrous. Like, which of these vaccine companies don't want to be first? They don't think that way. They trying to be first. So why would they slow up their process? Right? again, you see what I'm saying? That's the idiotic nature of this. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. Why would they try to slow up purposely? When they, of course, they want to be first. Because they want contracts, global contracts, to sell their product. They ain't thinking about no, how does it make Trump feel? Them people ain't thinking like that. So I couldn't make this stuff up. So this is just a reiteration of the same. Posture, pander, act like you in control. People dead, they've been dying. Again, you couldn't make this stuff up, whether you're a Trump supporter or you're not. Don't get in your feelings. You better start thinking for yourself. Whether you're a Biden supporter or you're not, or a Kamala Harris fan or you're not, start thinking for yourself. These people don't go home with you. You don't have to look your children in the face, your spouse in the face. And they shielded, and they still getting paid right now while you not. Congress ain't taking a pay cut. They still getting paid right now on vacation while you not. And you sitting there cheerleading for them and acting out, getting all dewy-eyed in your feelings about another grown person who out there thinking about their best interests over yours, ultimately in the grand scheme of things. So I say to you guys again, I know it sounds like I get on my soapbox at times, but I have to go there because the whole ordeal of what we're trying to profess here, especially as investors or traders, to learn how to think for yourself. You have to learn how to do that because that's the only way you're going to make money in this industry, right? You have to get out of this sleepy fog of thinking everybody, governments are this and governments are that. All that's for children. Grown folks who really understand how this stuff works do not operate and move under that dynamic. They do not. And so all of this is just indicative of what we've been knowing since this stuff came and became a major problem in American politics and governance. They're just kicking the can down the road. The proverbial kicking the can down the road a little bit longer. Push them to the brink of extinction, and then at the last resort, try to throw them on what? A lifeline. And that lifeline is not even the thing that's going to save their life. It's just a moment of hope. Well, we're getting a longer rope this time. I know we threw the life preserver out, and the rope wasn't long enough. Hang in there. We're going to try to get another rope. And you're like, okay, well, at least they're looking for another rope now, a longer rope now. And man, that life preserver sure looked good about 6 feet away from me. I couldn't grab it, though. God, dog it. That's basically what they're doing. That's basically what's happening. Dangling of the carrots. Put that carrot in the face of a donkey, and he can't put his teeth on it, and he keep walking and keep thinking that the carrot moving away from him when ultimately it's just stationary and he can't get it. Hey, markets rumble, markets get all up in arms about this kind of stuff only because they see it as a potential opportunity to kind of juice it further. I find it to be something that's going to be, I don't know. It might be a buy the rumor, sell the news event, even though the buy the rumor doesn't necessarily materialize that way because it's not like they really announced it during the market at any point last week of substantial value. This was all orchestrated literally Friday after the market and Saturday in reflection to, like I said before, the whole issue that he had with the FDA and the CDC not giving him, in his mind, accurate data. Again, I don't know. Y'all know. Again, I'm not going to put words in nobody else's mouth. That's not what I'm trying to do here. And I would never do that. But I do think for myself. And I would employ, I'm pretty sure you guys do too, especially again, being in this industry, you have to learn how to do that. But I just heard nothing that was groundbreaking. I'm not impressed. I'm just not. Again, yeah, the markets may pump off of it because it's a false hope. Markets move on false hope a lot. They love the false hope narrative. Again, kicking the can down the road says that, guess what? We get to run it up a little bit higher. Attempt it, but who knows? It may not even do that. This might be like, man, this is the same stuff we already heard. Man, we done heard all this before, right? Little boy, blue, whatever, keep crying wolf. We're not gonna pump it this time. It may just turn around and go sideways. Heck, it might even sell off. Right? But again, it wasn't enough to make you be like, oh, this is okay. This is solid. Notice he didn't name any company names because every time he do that, he get in trouble with that. Them companies end up being whatever. You saw what happened with Kodak, right? We saw what happened to Gilead, right? We can keep going, right? So maybe he the curse to them companies. Maybe it's, again, I don't want to just say that because I know it might have a few Trump supporters. They're like, man, so you making it personal. Body blow, man. Look, these people are human. They ain't nobody, right? In respect to your well-being more so than they can levy stuff over you, but ultimately you still got to make things happen under your own direction and authority, right? Especially when it comes to your well-being. So I'm just saying this is crazy. So real quick, let me share the screen. We got futures getting ready to open up here in the next literally 30-40 seconds. We're gonna see how the futures market responds, right? We're gonna see exactly how the futures market going to respond to this. And I said they're gonna probably try to pump it. There we go. See, open up 56 points on the Dow, 8 on the S&P, 27 on the NASDAQ off the QQQs. The Russell Small Cap 2000, Wilshire, whatever, up 3 points. The VIX is down 0.15. Yep. So here we go. Gold is up $1.15. Silver is up 15 cents. Oh, excuse me, 1 cent. And oil is barely break even or partially up 6 to 8 cents on the crude WTI, crude oil WTI, and the Dow, everything just sitting there. So it's not like you even got like a big $100 move up like you normally get when you used to drop these kind of new releases back in the days. The market instantly opened up by 150 points, 200 plus points, right, on the initial gap. Now, this may be a slow roll pump. I think some people still trying to dissect the information. That's why you still see these numbers not really just ratcheting up to the upside like it normally used to do back in the old days. The stock market be up about 300 points, and the future markets alone is just sitting there treading water. Just like I said, going sideways and treading water. Somewhat continuation of how it ended, closed off Friday. But again, we'll see. I mean, y'all know how this stuff go. Because now they'll see that the White House will see this and like, he get Steve Mnuchin on the phone. Hey, get Jerome Powell on the phone, right? Get some of these traders that on the phone that we lending this money to, like these banks, these institutions like BlackRock and JP Morgan, and tell them to buy this future market up. Don't y'all disappoint me. I went out there and put this press release out there, for you guys to help y'all out and our rich clients. Man, get out there and say pump this market now. I laid the groundwork, and so again, we'll. Disclaimer: I do have a SPY call, right? Because I've been hedging respectively like I should. Now I didn't know this information was going to come out, but I do have a SPY call going in the next week for next Wednesday expiration. But I bought that Friday, early in the market, just as a hedge to to some of the calls I already took position on, and then I had to put, in case anything kind of the market even kind of pull back. So. But doesn't matter, today. Yeah, so what? It may catch a bid, who knows? But again, my money was already made. By the time I put that trade on, my money was already made. But again, the market is just not. It's just not running up to the upside like it typically used to do. Oh, sorry about that, Eva, Monica. Sorry, I just saw you coming back in the room. And so here we are. So again, like I said, I'm not impressed. I've seen bigger moves back in the day. It could be a slow starter, right? We'll see if it get above 100 and let's say 140, 130 points, then they'll have my attention, because if nothing else, they can sustain it. They'll pump long enough, well into around about the 2 a.m. reading. That's when the typical feds come in and juice the markets again around 2 a.m. every morning. I've been watching them, right? And they may try to keep this thing green enough going in the pre-market, right? But other than that, okay, you up 0.18%, 0.22 on the S&P 500 or the US 500, up 0.20% on the NASDAQ US Tech 100 QQQs, and you up 0.31% on the small cap Wilshire, Russell 1000, whatever, Russell 2000 at this point. And the VIX is down at this point, a percent 0.08. So again, and gold is starting to pull back a little bit here. So we'll see if that holds, or it just might be just them letting it kind of pull back. Then they're gonna try to rocket it. Who knows? Crude oil WTI now starting to move a little bit up, 0.27%, 27 points, excuse me, 0.27, 26 cents basically, 0.64%. And so again, now you see it's starting to barely trickle up a little bit by a little bit, right? It's barely trickling up here on the Dow here. The US 30, that's the Dow, Dow 30, obviously. They just call it US 30 now. So it's barely trickling up, but not like explosive like we was getting back in the days, back in, April and May, June, when they used to drop this kind of news. Man, this thing be up already like 154 to 50 points, 200 points right now, right? So again, just more of the same. So again, well, it is what it is. Again, it's money to be made, but ain't nothing new that we haven't witnessed before. And the markets are becoming immune to it, meaning they're starting to just accept this information as, okay, it's not conclusive, but it's not, bad news, right? It's not bad news, right? So it's just enough to get by, right? Like the song over that Quali, whatever, just to get by, just to get by, just to get by, whatever. That's basically what's happening right now. They're stringing this thing along. You at all-time highs. Markets are overbought. You're running out of catalysts. You don't have any real particular things that you can hang your hat on. You're going into an election. You're fighting the postmaster general. You're fighting the American people. Everything is crazy. People don't know, I don't know, whatever. No stimulus checks on the table. Barely even want to come to the table on the unemployment insurance increase or decrease, right? I'd be here for days, but I'm not. Right? I'm gonna get off my little soapbox, right? And I'm just gonna, do like most people who have this opportunity at their disposal to make money off this moment and get my bag. And so everything I do from this point on until 4 a.m. in the morning is going to be strategizing around the idea of, what's my possibilities. Short, long, who the major players I need to be watching, things of that nature. Because right now you're pretty much in my opinion, at an impasse or a stalemate, because there's no definitive move right now in the futures market to say that whole press release was worth it. I mean, that press release costs taxpayers money. Every time you host something like that, it costs money. So I ask you, you just paid for that press release. Did you feel like you gained any more valuable brain cell knowledge from that? I mean, you can be honest. Of course, I don't want you just kind of, my tone may come off as if I'm just, anti all of it. I'm just asking, because I follow a lot of stuff. I try to do my own research and be responsible, for my friends, family, whomever. But do you feel like you gained any better sense of knowledge and information that you probably already knew or didn't know from that press release? I'm just curious. Anybody, feel like they gained anything from it? Again, it's all conjecture and speculative value, right? It's all, and see, now again, just real quick for comedic purposes, good, because like this is the true tale of the stock market. But again, you roll over here to Stock Twits, and Stock Twits is looking like, hey, they even like, man, look, because they thought this thing was different. The rocket. Joker's over here right now, like, man, we ain't really going nowhere. We ain't blasting off. Like the rocket boosters ain't got no thrust behind. Joker's like, whoa.
Hey guys.
All right. Oh, let me cut this off. There you go. They leave that mic on. That would always give them. They leave that mic on over there. Let me cut it off. This round been said something I don't even want to hear. That's how they got caught last time, saying that the coronavirus, that everybody in the administration got a vaccine, and the coronavirus is not necessarily whatever. I remember that moment too. The mic was still hot, and that guy that worked for Fox came out and said that, and they tried to redact that. I was like, man, these people sloppy. Like, how you get caught with the mic still on, and they just in there having a conversation just like that. It's like, oh wow, these people sloppy. Yeah, 100% right, Sister Monica. You think he's slick? You think he's slick? Yep. Yeah. Competition in other. Yeah. So that's it. They just trying to keep up with Russia. Even though Russia, vaccine again. If you even scared to take the American vaccine, you definitely gonna be scared to take that Russian one. They didn't even do a phase 3 trial. They just skipped that and instantly said we're gonna approve our stuff. These people crazy. This is 2020. And keep in mind, Russia sent the first people into space, legitimately. And they finna talk about give you a vaccine that ain't been through the full, testing phases that it's supposed to. And you just gonna put to run with it. And guess what? Putin was like, well, I gave it to my daughter. She seemed to be fine, that kind of stuff. These people losing their minds right now. They're losing every brand or bit of logic that was left in them. They pretty much just thrown that in the garbage can or down the toilet and flushed it. And they're now gambling on science when science is supposed to be back tested by falsifying data to the point where there's no more other ways you can falsify it to deem it to be substantially true. Now they just saying, forget all that, bruh. We finna hypothesize. We ain't finna get through the 6 scientific methods, right? We finna jump straight from hypothesis and research straight to conclusion. And so I couldn't make this stuff up. Could not make this stuff up. And so maybe I'm just disappointed, right? Because I was expecting it to be more than, than what it ended up being. Which I already knew I had a, inkling that it was probably going to be, like I was saying earlier, it's probably some of the same old, them pumping the markets. But I just said, you know what? Okay, if he names some names of some companies or a company, then you got something to work with, right? That's the whole thing I kept saying, we need some names, right? Name call, name drop, all right? You did it before with Kodak and Gilead and whatever, Moderna, every now and then. So give me a name. Give me a name that we got something to work with. Right? You didn't even get a name. He learned from that playbook real quick. I'm not going to even play that game. It's like I'm not going to even play that game because it might be a losing proposition, right? It may be a losing proposition. All right. So again, I don't know, man. I don't know. Guys, I just don't know. This is this is what we're dealing with. All right, this is what we're dealing with. Look at this. I mean, it's not even moving now. It's actually ticked down. You have 42.5 points on the Dow, 5.24 points on the S&P, 18.75 points on the tech, US, basically the NASDAQ or the QQQs. The Russell's up 3.85. And you downtrending a little bit here. Again, it's just going sideways. So a lot of people, they're like, oh man. I mean, they were like, oh man, we finna rocket tomorrow. Y'all know how people like, we finna go to the moon tomorrow. Right now, they like, guys, is the Fed gonna print something? Not even they're trying to turn to the Fed, right? Not even like, is the Fed's gonna print any money tonight? They got a hope of repo operation coming through the market tomorrow, right? Are they gonna print any money tomorrow or tonight? That kind of reality. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Could not make this stuff up. But that's why we study. This is why we show ourselves to be approved. And this is why you can't pull wool over our eyes. Right? You can't just, say something and think it's just going to be whatever. No, grown folks don't reason like that. Grown folks do not reason like that. We put everything on the table. Not just what makes you feel good, but all the stuff that don't make you feel good. You put all that on the table and you weigh it. Pros, cons, whatever. Neutral, whatever. Right? And that's what this, responsible decision making is supposed to be about. So again, there's your S&P 500. There's your Dow pulling back off this so-called, impromptu press release where they came out, you know, basically, and what, you know, what again? What did they really say? And then they told you off the rip, because you got to listen to the keywords, the buzzwords, right? What was the keyword that they used in terms of the FDA share guide? What word did he use to let you know this was a nothing burger? I'm gonna type it in the back chat, and I'm not gonna hit send. So let's see if you guys throwing out. I want to see what you guys thinking. He used a specific word to let you know ultimately what this was all about. So anybody want a chance to throw your little, you know, the word in the back chat? If you might want to, if you want to come on the mic and say it, if that's the case, whatever. I'm curious, what did he say, or in this case, didn't say, to let you know if this was, you know, substantial. Give a little time to see what you guys say. I'm curious to know what you guys is going to type here in the back chat here. Because it's clear that you know, it was a nothing burger. It was a nothing burger. Maybe it's just me, and I'm the only one to think this way, but that's fine. Right? But again, I study a lot for that reason. I study a lot to be ahead, or to be at least in the know enough. Right? So the one word that pretty much gave me or what I got from it is this word right here. Authorization, but not because if it was approval, it would have to have been a particular brand or a company. You can't give approval to the overall market that deal in convalescent plasma therapeutics because you don't know the level of the efficacy enough to make sure that it meets the mandate of that so-called quote-unquote 35%. So everybody may be a little different. If it was approval, it would have been specific to that particular company, right? That meaning their study, their data points would have been accurate enough to give them that kind of level of what? Confidence. Authorization means that, hey, we just trying it, right? We just, you know, we gambling, right? It ain't been hurting nobody so far, thus far, or not enough, if that's the case. So we just kind of reaffirming what we've already been doing. They've already, we're doing it, you know, on the books and off the books with hydroxychloroquine, right? They were already zithromycin and the zinc, right? And then there was already somewhat doing it with the remdesivir, even though it just got a bad rating, literally last week. Remdesivir, all that time they did pumping the remdesivir, all that would come back and just say, you know, this time later that it's not necessarily really, you know, all that. Couldn't make this stuff up. I get it. I know we're in desperate times. I'm not saying that, you know, we need not be doing nothing, but people are doing stuff. The scientists are doing what they must be doing. It's just that the people in the administration or other people out there just a little too what? Impatient. They get it. They don't understand how this stuff works. You can't rush this kind of stuff. I mean, this thing can cripple your entire population if they get it wrong. Vaccines are that much important. That's why people are scared to take it. This ain't about, you know, people, you can't make this stuff up. That's why people are scared to take that stuff, because they know. Like, man, you rushing this stuff. You talking about I'm gonna inject this into my babies? Right? And my family members, my mother. No, come on, bro. Bruh. You know, so I don't know. You know, I just know this, like, this is some of the same, it's the same playbook. It's the same playbook. Right? Let's kick the can down the road. Long as the stock market happy, who cares how Main Street talk or think? And then these people gonna come out here who are, you know, really who are not responsible people when it comes to letting their members know who follow them or whatever that, oh, this is good. Go buy one, so now. Go buy this, just keep buying. Everything is got to keep going up. No. It don't work that way. Right? It does not work that way. It's one thing to bet on America. then it's another thing to just be bullheaded on America. The bullheaded person is the hard-headed person who thinks without reason and logic. The person who bet on America just saying, hey, you know, we do have some smart people in the room when they're allowed to really be who they need to be and let them dictate from the front and not the back, then I'll listen. But until then, I don't need anybody speaking for people who need to be actually doing the speaking, right? Don't give me your spokesperson who can't even pronounce the words, right? Right? And be just pronouncing words and not pronouncing them, right? Don't give me that guy or that lady. Give me the person who actually is the what? The primary source. I want to speak to the primary source. When you come in the building, they want to say, I want to speak to the person in charge. They ain't talk about the guy that's, you know, on the fry line or the guy that's cleaning the bathroom. They want to talk to the manager, right? They want to get the manager up here, Karen, right? Where the manager at, right? I need to speak to the manager. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. So guys, whatever. I just seen enough. This was interesting. Us being able to kind of move into the futures market and see what this is going to do. As y'all can clearly see, as of right now, the futures market is going pretty much sideways. Nothing. And this would already be over 200 points on the Dow if it was that staggering value of news. So the market has learned how to price in all this now. Trump's not getting the pass that he used to get back in the old days when he used to come out there and do these press releases right before the futures market, and the market be up like 300, 400, 500 points in the futures market. Now he was only able to garner a measly 33 points on the Dow. He has to be somewhere right now infuriated. He's somewhere right now mad at Melania, like, don't touch me, right? Baron, go to your room. Ivanka, you and Jared, get out of here. I don't want to see y'all for the rest of the day. Cancel all my calls, secretary. Somebody go to Popeyes and get me a bucket of chicken. I know I'm having fun right now. Don't take it personal if you like Trump. But again, you got to learn how to smile and laugh at this because this stuff is just crazy. This stuff is crazy, guys. Again, we follow this stuff for a reason. So you can't pull the wool again over our eyes. You can't hoodwink us. Right? You're not going to hoodwink us. It's just not going to happen. Hey, what's going on, Rashu? Happy to have you in the building, family. Peace, power, and profit to you. Thank you for stopping by today, man. Thank you for stopping by. So again, man, this is your market, guys. This is your market. It's tired. The market is tired, guys. Literally tired. Y'all know it's like when you used to, be young and you just get on your mom nerves and she can grind hard all day and you just constantly keep, mama. And she turn around, looks at you and scream and say, what? And you like, nothing. Nothing. I didn't want nothing. That's what's basically happening right now. The market is tired. Trump, he keeps saying, hey, mom, market, hey, pump. And the market like, bruh, look, man, look, bruh. I mean, we didn't give you all we got. What else you want? We got you sitting at all-time highs in the middle of a pandemic, in the midst of global unrest, in the middle of a depression and recession, in the middle of contracting GDP, in the midst of contracting or expanding unemployment, right? And in the midst of inflationary debt, in the midst of dang near zero interest rates, we got all this stuff, all this carnage, and you still, selling this snake oil potion as if everything is okay. Again, hey, draw your own conclusions. That's all I'm saying. But again, I don't put no one man over my existence. I'm sorry. I don't play the politics game. I don't do it. Right? So the markets right now are just saying, hey, we got not that much left to offer. Right? The market. I'm with you, brother Sam. You said market up. It's been going up. You're right. It's been going up to the point where it might just have a little fatigue right now. Or maybe not. Who knows? We'll see come tomorrow. I know that much, right? But as of now, the futures pump aspect of it is looking very, very, very dire. As if this thing can turn around and reverse any minute and go red. All you need is one major fund manager to send their bookies to place a futures bet right now at the hours to say, you know what? Let's hedge this market just in case, because we're seeing some major flatline resistance starting to come into fruition. We don't really have a lot of major catalysts left out there. We rode the gravy train thus far through, Gravy Valley with biscuit wheels. We're sitting good. We ate good off Apple. We ate good off Tesla, Netflix, Facebook, Amazon. I mean, our coffers are full. At this point, we're just being greedy. We understand mainstream is hurting. That's not my problem. That's the Congress problem. A la Jerome Powell saying that as well. I mean, these people can care less. They can care less. Right? So, hey, as they say, hey, this is your futures market. Right? This is your futures market. And again, this is, your S&P 500 sitting up here at this level in the game, trying to find the next greatest pump. It is not looking too nice. Again, trying to get to the 1 hour, on the 1 hour chart, obviously, here's your pinnacle point of, a success, 340. They're trying to get it to 340, right? Because if it gets above 340 and gets above this medium line here, of course they potentially could try to get a little bump off of it. Like I said, they try to run it up here to, up here on these top levels here, then out to 320, 350. If they get that lucky and fortunate, between now and the middle of September, whatever. But if they don't be careful, this thing can always pull all the way back, come down here and test the bottom end of this rung at 337. If you get real nasty, can definitely come down here and eat up in some of this little bullets can eat some of these traders here up, get them stopped out around 335. If you don't hold there, then you got another candle right here, eat some of them traders up right there and come down and test it 332. Right? Again, to come down to the 20-day moving average, they really have to be some real substantial news for that. A lot of people still holding on hopium, but nonetheless, these two candles right here, they very much in play. Right? They're very much in play. Even this little gap right here, this gap fill that needs to be filled right here. Right here. Right? So roughly around about 330. Right? 330, obviously being a hard support from where it's at now. So that's potential downside. The upside again, right at 340, break that again. You can push up into 343, 342, 344, whatever. Right, whatever at that point. But as of now, not impressed. Right. It's like when a woman, some of your guys out there, y'all going too hard, doing a little too much, being a little too extra. She's looking at you like, not impressed. I'm not impressed. Right. You might just be trying a little too hard, right? A little too hard. So again, there's your market. Again, I just, whatever. Yeah, we'll never know how much it's to cost, right? But again, to a degree, we will, just by looking at the federal balance sheet. And right now, it's up there. It's up there. I mean, that man. That thing up there. You talk about let's see what again, as you say, you couldn't make this stuff up. You couldn't make this stuff up. Yeah, you can't. I mean, we can't. It's just more of what we already know. In terms of again, like I said, they're kicking the can down the road. Right, kicking the can down the road. All right, so let's say, let's go. Let's look at the Fred. And let's see what the overall data points. Yeah, so we're at 0.65 on the 10-year Treasury. Industrial production's barely up. Real gross domestic GDP. GDP was still at negative 32.9. Man, stop. Hold up, real quick. I'm gonna get ready to get off here in a minute, guys. I know we've been going in. It wasn't even supposed to be this long, but that's how this stuff happens. This is the Fed, right? This is the Federal St. Louis, right? Federal Reserve, right? These are the latest, obviously, numbers. Some of you guys already know some of these data points just throughout the week. They've been unveiling them. But this is where you're sitting at. You just had a somewhat of a decent positive move towards the consumer, the CPI numbers recently, right? Only plus 1% change year to day ago from this point. And that's revolving, obviously. But this number right here, this is the one right here that should make you stay up at night, whether you understand it or you don't. This is the real gross domestic product for this entire nation. And we're still sitting at negative 32.9%. Show me anywhere in history where we've been this low again here. Maybe not in your lifetime, but just in general, right? Let's go there. Let's go there. Right? They've been keeping up with this thing since 1947. Right? When the last time it's been that low or that bad? Right? Let me blow this up for the family here. This is 1947. This is 2020 down here. And we've had market crashes. Again, think about 2008, 2007, subprime lending crash. We came down, contracted about negative 0.84% on a gross domestic product, meaning we obviously was able to rebound. And that's still coming out the fog of a bad war that we went into, the Iraqi war, right? Going back, this time frame here, the war, obviously, and they printed a lot of money, obviously, QE, to backstop the war. And then it all came ahead at the end of, again, it always crashes. Once you do all the quantitative easing and backstopping and printing all this fake funny money, as they call it, it end up crashing some years later. And here you go again. But we never seen a negative 32.9% contraction in terms of our overall gross domestic product. And we've been through boom and bust cycles like any other nation. But again, this is America, right? Right? This is America, right? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, again, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know, man. I know, but then again, I understand that, people who don't look at this kind of data points, they have no clue. They're just going off of what the White House is saying, things or politicians, they just, going along, y'all know how it goes. Not us, though. Not us. We know how to go get them numbers. All right. We know how to go get that money. All right. Look at initial job claim. There we go. Went right back up. Last week it was what? The week before that was 930,000. Now it went right back up to over 1 million. The 10-year Treasury. Look at the 10-year Treasury at 0.65. Right. It's still going through a level where it's trying to, even find a way to balance itself out, right? Couldn't make this stuff up. Could not make this stuff up. And there's your U.S. foreign exchange rate. Again, all my Forex traders, right? Look at it. I mean, the euro overtook the USD at one point. Now it battled back a little bit, I mean, this shows you just how, even again, because you talk about those are basically the two most dominant currencies right now. Again, Asian, they trying to get the renminbi back, on the map to the point where it can. Man, this stuff is heating up. It's heating up. So we only got about a point, 18 cent advances over the euro at this point. And Europe is contracting harder than America right now. They still got Brexit on the table they ain't dealt with. I mean, they got other issues on top of the coronavirus, and yet still the euro is still hanging close. And the dollar, even though it's been the safe haven for people to run to it under the coronavirus, people buying USD dollars, but it's showing major weakness right now, fatigue. Right? So, hey, whatever. Right? Whatever, right? Again, this ain't nothing that you guys can come look this data up, come learn about it. Matter of fact, here's the website for it. Some of you guys should already have it, because y'all know this ain't nothing that we don't talk about over here. This stuff is not new to us, right? We deal in this lane, right? We deal in market data, right? But yeah, you need see what's going on around you, the Fed, and you also need to keep up with the one from the New York Exchange, the Federal Reserve for New York Reserve, right? Matter of fact, let me get that one for you guys as well, especially if you guys are new. Let's get that for you, so you know how to follow these data points, right? You know how to follow these data points, right? And these Federal Reserve houses, these affiliated branches of government, right? It ain't even real deal. It ain't whatever. Yeah, so I just leave it at that. All right. So yeah, let's go over here and get this popping, so you guys can have some information to help you out with that. All right. Let's go over here. Excuse me. Again, just some of the same thing that we've been doing. I'm saying that meaning, us meaning, them kicking the can down the road. Keeping things, kind of just going along, as if it's, we're kind of just, really doing something phenomenal, and we're not. So this is the reverse repo operations. So if the market's going to pump, it's going to have to come from this right here. Right? Let me post that. Matter of fact, let me share the screen. I'm sorry. As a matter of fact, let me share this real quick, and then I'm going to get off here. I know I've been on longer than I planned, but here you go. This is what you got planned for Monday. This is what you have planned for Monday. This is why the markets are in trouble. If BlackRock, JP Morgan, all those companies catch a bid tonight and support the markets, you're in trouble. Because what do you see right here, guys? What do you see right here? What do you see right there? And what do you see right here? Those are all the fixed repo operations going into tomorrow. I mean, they don't mean that they're gonna have another. They may have another tranche coming up, down the road. But meaning tomorrow, they may start it tomorrow. But after, if you don't have nothing going into tonight, the market is on its own tonight. Hence, that's why the S&P or the futures are what? Weak right now. No funny money is going into, the socialist money for the rich are going into their coffers at this moment. Zero money, $0 going into the for reverse operations tonight for liquidity crunch. Zero. Couldn't make this stuff up. No collateral, treasury agencies, mortgage-backed lending, nothing. Markets is on their own tonight. Literally on their own tonight. And and it's showing in the future market again. So whatever. All right, whatever. All right, enough of this kind of stuff, right? It's like, come on with them, with all that stuff, man. But again, that's what you gotta again watch everything. You have to watch everything. So now, I'm gonna get ready to log off here in a second. I'm gonna go over here and start and get my laugh on Twitter and stop Twitch and see all these people who are just gang-ho bullish on this news. Let me see what kind of excuses they're gonna make, right? Why the market ain't rocketing up 200 points right now in the futures market, or 300 points, because they're gonna be over there making excuses, right? They're gonna be making excuses. Well, it's because of this. It's gonna be because of that, and and all this and that. Matter of fact, real quick, last one. Let's get a quick little, laugh in real quick here. Let's stop Twitter. That's the most funniest one. All right. All right. So you got somebody saying, I'm not gonna look, but I know it's green. He already didn't look. It's barely green. All right, so again, top FDA official who's overseeing COVID vaccine trials vowed to resign. Here we go. See, here we go. Right? Resign if the Trump administration approves the vaccine before it is shown to be safe and effective. Peter Marks, director of the FDA Center of Biologics Evaluation and Research. Remember, I told you that's why they infighting? I told you that they infighting now. The FDA, the CDC, the NIH, they are infighting right now. Trump is trying to do this like with an iron fist kingdom rulership kind of scenario. And these people, obviously, for a change, are growing a moral fiber behind them. And these FDA, CDC people who used to be a little loose at some time, now they're trying to realize, because now their kids are at risk. Their family members are at risk. So they can't play this old pontificate, go along to get along game. So they have to stand up and be what? Real, true, researchers and scientists for a change. And you got these people threatening to quit because they know that this is the most comical thing they ever witnessed in their life in the middle of a pandemic. This guy said he's willing to resign. So guess what? He made a promise during a conference call earlier in the month with pharmaceutical executives, told them, I guess, government officials and others, Reuters reported Friday, I think this administration has put more pressure on the FDA and Drug Administration than I can remember ever happening in the past, Schaffner said. Everybody's a little bit nervous. You just sat there and saw that with the FDA chair guy, doing that press release. You could tell he was nervous, right? You can tell he was nervous, right? So again, they're finna go crazy over here on stock Twitch. These jokers over here, right? They were expecting a lot more, and they're not getting it. They was expecting a lot more, and is not getting it. And I know a lot of them on here because I always laughing with them, playing with them, but it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. Right, big nothing burger. Some of them probably got major calls too. Right, major calls. I mean, like multiple contracts. Right, multiple contracts. But anyway, so yeah, let me not bore you guys, take up any more of you guys' time. Again, thank you all for being patient, hanging out with me. It's been an honor. Let me get that for you, Sister Play Hot. Let me get that. I need to be on there more than I am, but I'm working on that too. But I still post stuff over there on my Twitter. Again, if you ever want a lot of my information too, you always check my description box, guys. I put all my social media handles in the description box. In my referral links, if you want to open up brokerage accounts, stash, Webull, Robinhood, you know, obviously you open up accounts with those companies, you get free shares or free stocks. You get 2 stocks if you deposit $100 on Webull. You get 1 stock if you just, you know, sign up. Again, stash the whole 9, put you like $20 in there, whatever. But yeah, that's my my Twitter handle there, Ilbo, Play Hot. If you definitely want to check me out over there too, you know, definitely. Again, y'all know I'm you know, I'm trying to be a little more responsible to all the other social media app platforms too, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. So again, thank you all for tuning in. Again, like, share, subscribe if you haven't. If you're new, thank you for being a part of this journey to get into 1,000 subscribers. A small feat in relation to a lot of other people, but you know, we were not necessarily concerned, you know, about that. We're concerned with those who have an interest to want to learn this. That's why we hang out, we learn together, and we dissect information together. And to me, again, that's larger than life. And I say that because, again, it takes a village. It takes a village. And right now we're trying to literally having to depend on our life and learning other ways to make money because of the fact what we're dealing with, right? Case in point, what we just finished witnessing, right? So we'll see how this thing turn out for the rest of the night. Right now, the future market is sputtering. Right now, back up to 51 points on the Dow, 7 on the S&P, 23 in the NASDAQ, NDX, or the QQQ, 4 on the small cap 2000, the Wilshire, right? And again, oil is bouncing around about 23 cents a share, plus value gain thus far. And gold is barely down about $1.65. Right? Silver is down about 7 cents. So the market is pretty much doing nothing right now. Nothing really spectacular to hang your hat up on. You know, either way, right? Nothing over the top. Right, so again, that's it. So again, thank you all. Peace, power, and profit. Ubuntu, Shimotep, humble, honored, privileged. Salute all the great things I wish I had with it. Just give you all a digital high five through the screen or pound, right? Or a hug, whatever the case. Again, I'm really sincere when I say that. I'm really excited, you know, that we are sticking through this thing, guys, and we're building. I mean, you know, the information, we're building on the information, the knowledge. Again, I can't stress that enough. You know, so again, I look forward to seeing you guys back in our Discord rooms, Facebook groups, Twitter, wherever, stocks, wherever we're hanging out together, and keep, you know, doing what we do best and grinding and studying and turning over data and getting better. All right. So with that being said, again, thank you all for tuning in. Peace, power, and profit. Over Brandon, I don't know if you're still on. I see you still in the group or in the panel with me here. You got any last words, Over? I know you might be grinding right now yourself, so definitely want to stop you from that. So again, with that being said, again, I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Probably tomorrow, go live doing market hours so we can kind of recap whether or not the market really did what we thought it was going to do today, right? Under this news, basically just do a recap on what was expecting today to happen and how it inadvertently affected or didn't affect the market. Right? Did we go up, down, or did we just go sideways? Right, so hopefully we'll get a chance to see it in real time tomorrow, or we'll talk about it at the end of the day, you know, tomorrow, wherever the case, and go live and speak about it. All right, so until then, see you guys on the next live. My best to you all. Stay safe, and again, stay hungry. Peace, power, and profit, everybody.